Yep. What up? Let's go. Up in.
Black people, I love you, and I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself, you don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them, you don't prepare your own meat, you don't own your own land, you don't have a seed going in your window. So you think about revolutionaryism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat. Crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis, and bury it, the jackal, Anubis. I'm cool, keep them heaters, and I'm in tie in an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down, you ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
I'm on light, hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this, don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees, and still be Hotep and ask to rig Nasheed. 6 in the morning I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this, because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on the panel. I'm not diametrically opposed. I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South, we're in the heart of the South right now. Who fishing? Who knows how to fish? Hands down. Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands. Hands down. Hands down. Hands down. Hands down.
Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
What up? Let's play some more bangers. Let the people roll in.
If you ain't Sinetta, no time for that interview, dog. I put my shit out for niggas, I don't send it to blogs. Plan kill off the Buddha, not being discreet. One puff, this big pops and projectiles. Between the sheets. Sun run, cold game, bring your cleats. The best flow blow, Eskimo, penguin feet. Don't need no blunt to burn. You run the turf with 10 niggas on the block. That's a punt return. Ayo, Dolomite prototype soldier with the solar light. Saber and he hold it like he hold a mic. Golden ice pendants, sipping on that overpriced poltergeist spirits. Ripping at the open mic, spoke the nice lyrics like Mama moved mean overnight. Golden motorbike holding on some Tron shit. That nice neon kit is on it. The king's libation with exotic liqueur. The queen's vibration like a Sada Shakur. A lot of decor, imported foreign threads, they ain't got it to store. Nubian Kush, black top pottery jaws, 39% THC, the quality pure. Old rappers try to spit, ain't hot as before. It's like I'm 5 flights above, bust the shots at the floor. Cats switch up their style when they ain't got it no more, cause they gotta keep their product in stores to feed their kids. See what that weed did? The yes man agreeing on everything we say. I smell the mic like it's the love of my life. Don't get sliced and beat with the butt of the knife. Brother polite, I say I'm animalistic, cause I still be in the hood with my hand on my pistol. The Hebrews think I'm cannibalistic, E5 divination, channel the mystic, audio visionary. Let's play poetical Pictionary, picture me burning down your missionary. Yeah, then I send you religion. That red dot on your head, that's Hindu tradition. Invisible, independent, intrinsic shit. I'll bring it all to an end with indivisible gains. Charles Xavier, getting your brain. Mental anguish, a manifesting physical pain. Wizard remains to dance in the chemical rain. Breathe slow, then I'm up out of this physical plane. Got military machinery that exercise, weaponized greenery. Shine at a jeopardize the scenery, son. Bruh, the beam 10 times your distance. Inclines convention. Stop rising with no trend line resistance. The parabolic breakout. I'm F-16 with the aeronautic fake out.
God killer, the God killer, the God killer, the God killer. It's the God killer, the God killer.
That's who it is.
The God killer, the God killer. It's the God killer, the God killer, the God killer. The God killer.
The first rap video in one of these songs.
The God killer, the God killer, the God killer.
I try to get off the line.
Man, I've been hearing so many lies lately. Just lies. Hold on.
Black people, I love you.
Peace to the chat. Peace to everybody. What's up? Happy holidays. If you celebrating, good for you. If not, good for you too. Man. God. Y'all didn't let Jabari put toes on y'all. The Grinch who stole Christmas was Jabari. It appears the Grinch who stole Christmas was Jabari. I'm about to open up the screen, but I guess we're going to chill and play this one more song. Let's have a good stream. Everybody put up a like real quick. So all of a sudden, we don't need sources no more. This is how you know fake shit. When terms pop up that people never used before, then they start acting like everything we doing depended on that new terminology that just came up with. So we're going to dive in and look at, I don't know why cats be lying online so much. Like you can't just go see and show the people. Yeah, let's listen to that crazy, bruh. That's the perfect song.
Yeah, and I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amin Ra squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rapper slapping with that voodoo speech. All that sub-Saharan terror about a cuckoo feet. I'm like Norma, that agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble. They wanna know polite rip me off, but Sonetta paid me my money though. That mean he 100. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Nubian with the Jews, I rock the pinky. I think Jesus got to save me. A doctor saved me, a doctor inky. I got the copper jewels on blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor y'all claim woke, but you in bed. You won't pop a chopper, you Grandmaster J. You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish. That's to Harker Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy, you loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like brother Jabari. Scoping the savannah cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young Pharaoh just losing his mind and y'all can't help him. I know one thing, you're a fool if you're still out here donating to Umar school. That shit cool. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Look, you showing your hidden colors like Tariq Nasheed. A bunch of pseudo information I don't think I need. Probably lying on the text, ask Divine or Zion Lex. Just get that microphone ready. With Metal Netta, I'm Stone Jetty, a Ujahu, a Saw Imhotep. Y'all probably timid still on them Bobby Hemmett teachings. I'm in Gozy with the DNA. You cats corny and it's killing me too. You talk that black shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew. You need therapy, they telling me just chillin', be cool. I'm a madjai orchard, you a sad guy talking. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh.
Now, I don't even know why everybody done got so pseudo, but let me just stop that real quick. Why everybody got so pseudo just so quick? I mean, time and life is like this. And there's forks in the road in life. Remember, you're always gonna have forks in the road of life. Don't be scared when you come to a fork in the road. Don't try to go down both streets. I'm giving you some game, young man. Listen to your OGs. We got some experience, right? So hopefully we can offer it in ways that is useful to you. Not just make asses of ourselves. You know? So yeah. It's crazy, bro. So since when do you not have to show sources? Since when do PhDs not have to show sources and all this fake shit people saying? Like, that's how you know who just so far out of it. That they make up all these old fake little shit about shit that people could just look up and say, what the hell are you talking about? So source up and shut up ain't a thing no more, huh? Now it ain't never been source up or shut up. Now is you can show us your own books. Ain't that what we was criticizing Asar Imhotep for? But Asar Imhotep is not a PhD. Let's read what license you get when you are a PhD. You know they write that, right? Do you think in somewhere in getting your doctorate degree, do they say you now do not have to show sources? Clap, 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 clap. Man, this shit is getting more and more pitiful. And I'm glad I ain't even had to be the one to beat the brakes off y'all. Jabari doing it. Like I said he would do from day one. Y'all can't fuck with Jabari. Trying to pit me against Jabari was y'all best bet. And nothing he done ever fell out of my good graces. Period. We all looking at YouTube. That's one thing we have in common. Let's just be clear. We all looking at YouTube and we all, everyone in the chat, maybe a high percentage of people in the chat think they're going to get more out of the stream than I am offering. What I mean is, in multiple ways, but what I mean is people like myself watch the stream and analyze and just overanalyze just for the fun of it because you're making yourself a public spectacle. Like I'm doing for myself right now. So I know I'm on the same playing field where anybody can watch a video and give their critique. So we out here. Man, I don't know. I'm just gonna go in the hell of shit. So somebody is Elder Yara and all the other people who want to act like they know what they talking about just got online talking about if you're in a Lincoln Douglas style debate. What? So first of all, we about to gosh. There's so many errors happening here that is crazy. But House of Consciousness debates and the Lincoln Douglas debate style, first and foremost, serve two different purposes. They saying, are we referring to presidential debate rules? Although used in academia, you guys are citing the way that you use this stuff 100% wrong. But we are going to say Richard Carrier don't have to show sources on the House of Consciousness because of presidential debate rules. Well, hold up. Have you ever been on a debate team? Well, they got more than one style of debate. And they have the rules to these styles of debate detailed. So the I'm hella smart joke for the day was telling people that you don't need to show sources if you're a PhD and you in a Lincoln Douglas debate format. Well, I've never seen a president show sources, so y'all might be right. But this the House of Consciousness. And when they do, this ain't, but Sonetta's Studios is the House of Consciousness. That's what I'm talking about. So, let's click here for the guide to debate. You see why it'd be different? I do like to give y'all my Negro intuition because I think I got good Negro intuition. You know, just like we all feel like we got. We be right. We always right. Ooh, I be knowing. That's a part of the ego, thinking you always right and shit. So how we humble if we always right? How are you humble if you ain't wrong about nothing ever? Why would you ever need to be humble? Let's just read and just debunk all this nonsense. This the shit they don't put on the screen. At Lincoln Douglas and public forum debate policy evidence rules. See the difference? See why I can respect you for valuing my show. I really can. I can treat you like I want to be treated. Ain't that respect, right? Because they sit there for hours talking about what you don't need. And this is the first shit they talk about in the debate rules. So now everybody about to do shows from debate rules. Let
let's look over the debate rules. I'ma use his source. I'ma use his source and prove the debate rules ain't what the debate rules is. And y'all gonna watch that shit. What does the first shit say? The first shit say, scenario. A debater or judge asks to see something read or the original source of something read. Expectation, the opposing debater should provide this information promptly. Is that enough? Or should we read on? Do it say that the author could say, oh, it's in my book on my blog? What's the second scenario? A debater questions the oral source citation of the opponent. Right? When debaters read evidence, they are required to provide the author's last name and the year of the publication. If duplicating the same source, only the author's name is needed subsequent times. It is up to the judge to determine what to do with evidence lacking proper oral citations. So who is the judge? Man, I should have been the moderator. I'd have popped this right on the screen. Mid-debate. Hold on. We're going to refer to the rules. Scenario. A debater questions the written source citation of the opponent. When the debaters read evidence, they are required to provide a full written citation to the extent provided by the original source. Requirements including full name of the primary author and or editor, publication date, sources, title of the article, date. He did. He said it's my book. Hey, you're never going to get no apologies. We got people after the fact bumper rumping them to make they guy try to beat Jabari. But you want to know what? Y'all just talking about that. That wasn't, Jabari beat him on multiple points. But this is what they want to hinge on and make us focus on and make it seem like this is how he won. All right, check this out. If a debater questions paraphrased evidence, I'm paraphrasing. If a debater summarizes what an authoritative source says about a topic, he or she is required to have the original source of the information available. Excuse my loud mic. If questioned by the opponent and or judge. Opponent and or judge. If no specific source is referenced, but a general theory is summarized, no original source is required. Now let's ask ourselves a question. A general theory, y'all know what that is, right? That's why you don't have to put sources behind shit everybody know. If I say Asar in my book, I tell the story of Osiris dying. I mean, you know the story of Osiris and Set and Set, Heru. Well, everybody know that story. And that will be in the category of a general, I mean, it ain't a theory, but that's, if everybody, you don't have to source the sun rises. Or you don't have to source what's common knowledge mostly in the field.
But if you're making a claim, a new claim, you got to source it, as they telling us all on the screen. A debater questions the use of ellipses in evidence reading. The use of eternal ellipses is prohibited unless it is replicated of the original document. Vote against the debater and award 0 points. Note this on the ballot. So if somebody got a source and they got the use of internal ellipses, the dots, right? Let's see. Yeah, I think that's what we're talking about. Let me see. If somebody can tell me if I'm wrong. What are 3 dots called? Ellipses. Let me see.
Ellipse.
Ellipse. All right. So that's the 3 dots that they was talking about. So you can't even source nothing with the 3 dots. So not only do you have to show sources, but you can't even show your sources the wrong way. I'm about to start getting on cats' helmet. Why you got the 3 dots, bruh? Oh, wait. You's telling me you ain't gonna come ... on their head? I got ... all in my presentation. Let me show y'all ... See? This is how we help each other. Let me see dumb dot, but this ain't a debate presentation. But let me take some ... dots out. Real quick. I remember the ... I think it was in the Kemet presentation. Why ain't nobody get on my head? Because we ain't know this, man. Stop fronting. All y'all got on there, Lincoln Douglas. Where my ... dots go? I thought it was ... dots on here. Ain't no dot. Let's look for ... Oh, boy. I'm ... dotting up. I thought, yeah, I ain't even that boosie. How you gonna ... the debate? What it say on the other part? That's what they saying. What it say on the other part? ... Nope. All right, cool. I had to check that. Now let's keep reading. So not only do you have to present your sources, now let's start. Shout out to Domo, because you the best moderator. But we gonna even step our game up all the way around the world. Add this right on file. Slap them up with it. Well, actually, I'm here referring to, and we see here, the debater reads part of a quotation, but not the entirety of the quotation. The debater can select which parts of the quote are read and not read. However, the entire text must be present so the debaters or the judge can examine the quotation in full context. So you can't say, it's in my book, and then start talking about shit. You just can't do that. A debater claims the opponent doesn't make it clear when he or she is delivering a piece of evidence early. Debaters can use such phrases such as quote, unquote, or mark the card to make it clear when they are quoting the author. Peace to the chat. I seen my man DJ. I seen y'all. Peace. It says, it is up to the judge to determine whether or not the distinction between the debater's own analysis and the direct quotation is clear. It is up to the judge to determine what to do. So now some of us are sitting back being like, but we ain't got no judge. I'm being pseudo. You tripping. I'm reading straight from the thing. Gozy, you tripping. You're going to have to type while I'm being pseudo. in all capitals. Cause nah, bruh. I'm reading directly straight from the thing. Somebody explain to Gozy. Yeah, there you go, Yerrick already on your nostrils. He already grilled you up. Somebody else grilled up Gozy one time. You know, we over here deep, bruh. Yeah. Maybe we need to slow the conversation down. We're going to reference my brother Wu. You feel me? Maybe we need to just slow this down because some people aren't getting this. Maybe I can take it back to the top. LD, Lincoln Douglas. PF, Public Forum. Okay? So now, we're not in a presidential debate. So I don't care what school wants you to debate like you about to be the president. Because that's what you practicing for. But when we talking about we in a public forum or policy debate, these are your evidence rules. So if someone wants to provide evidence, the National Speech and Debate Association, National Forensic League, says these are the rules. Don't say nowhere you can just say it's in my book and it's on my blog. Let's continue. It says, a debater claims the opponent doesn't make it clear when he or she is delivering a piece of, or I said that one already. A debater claims that the opponent did not indicate in the written text what was read or not read. Huh? Yeah, I mean, kind of like, yeah. Like you say, I got a book, but you're not telling me what page it's on. You're not indicating in the written text what was read or not read. You see, you're not telling me what you oh, it's in my book. Well, it says debaters must clearly indicate what was read in the debate. So if they read something, they got to tell you what page it's on. But if they just say, this is stuff that I'm getting out of my book, they probably ain't got to tell you that. It is up to the judge to determine whether or not the marking is clear. So it's actually up to the judge. It don't say they got to tell you what page it's on. Oh, and so he's going to look over what the person read, I see, and see if it's clear from where he started it from. I think, let me read. A debater claims that what the opponent did not indicate in the written text The debater claims that the opponent did not indicate in the written text what was read or not read. Oh, that means they submitted. So in these debates, they must have submitted some written text because I keep analyzing this every way. If they didn't indicate in the written text what was read or not read, now if they just read something and didn't tell you what passage they read, seems different than this. But debaters must clearly indicate what was read in the debate. So maybe nothing was read. A debater questions the use of private communication. What does that mean? Private personal communication between an author and a debater is inadmissible as evidence. So that means all these scholars that we be calling, look, I called the scholar. Look, I'm going to have this Greek scholar. I'm having these Greek scholars come on my show to look at Smash's book. I'm going to, that's Garfield if he had a different accent. I don't even want to do the other one and messed it up for my people like that. You feel me? I'm giving him a whole different one. Now, the debaters claim a straw man argument violation. So hold on, we're going to step the game up. Because if you say that's a straw man, then you claiming a violation. A straw man argument is a position of argumentative claim introduced by an author for the purpose of refuting, discrediting, or characterizing it. If an author is setting out to disprove a point, he or she may outline or establish that point before going into their refutation and conclusion. If a debater presents an idea as a conclusion of the author, they are violating the rules. Interesting. If a debater presents the idea as the conclusion of the author, they are violating the rules. A straw man argument violation occurs when a debater does not verbally indicate he or she is citing a straw man argument or citing that the evidence they are presenting is not the conclusion of the author. See? We even be messing up the straw man, bro. I don't even get it. Oh my gosh. That's a straw man. This ain't what we be talking about. I'm just keeping it real. The cats say that, they don't be talking about this. But nah, I don't even have to read the whole thing because we already covered the parts that told y'all how to address sources. Now, a debater formally alleges during the round, this is the scenario, the opponent distorted evidence. The opponent read non-existent evidence. The opponent clipped the evidence. All this applies. Well, you're reading non-existent evidence. Where is the source? It's in my book. The opponent distorted the evidence. Well, that's all. This applies here. It says, if a debater makes a formal, but you got to make a formal allegation, which I think Jabari did. If a debater makes a formal allegation during the round, the following general procedure should be followed. The team or individual alleging the violation must clearly indicate a formal protest of distortion. I would like to enter a formal protest of distortion, non-existent evidence, or clipping. See, I could have just did this in the cut. I could have just did this. So this is what I'm talking about. Right now, the godson in there playing Spider-Man. Y'all remember being young and wanting to be a superhero? As I got older, I never lost those ambitions. They just grew. That neuron got overwhelmed by other thoughts on other neurons that were more prominent. But you always kept the little boy in you that wanted to be a superhero. At least I did, right? So sometimes I might play the sticks, but actually what I learned in real life, the only way you really gonna be like that is to get some skills. Now, think about it. 1 or 2 skills, you're just a man or a woman, right? 3, 4, 5 skills, you know what I'm saying? You kind of raw. Like if you could do 3 or 4 or 5 things really good, almost on a professional level, you cool. You get to doing 20 things on a professional level. Like you, well, in the hood, you know what I'm saying? Like some people just good at shit. That's just a quality. You just good at shit. I could give you the dominoes, you gonna scrape me. I could go to the hoop court, you gonna scrape me. We could start rapping, you gonna think of some cleaner bars. But you're not better than me. You just good at shit. You know what I'm saying? I know you know what I'm talking about. Well, anyway, when you grabbing all them skills, that's still how you could be a modern day superhero, I'm thinking. But one thing I really, really, really always thought is how we misuse our senses and our powers that we already could be super at, like having a good memory. You know you can have a memory so good that people be thinking that you like on some unhuman shit, right? And now how does this all apply? It's gonna fall back to the analogy that I was getting when I was talking about storing this or adding this into my little utility belt of things having these rules memorized. We debate all day, right? So we should know the rules like you playing hoop. Or how could we not? And then be engaging in a top of the line discourse between one of the best brothers we know with the information and a PhD, and we don't even know the rules of the game. So in that superhero analogy, I'm just saying it's more information to help me be like, the only superhero you really could be is the nerd. So I'm gonna open up the link probably about at an hour. But it's 6 o'clock, so we gonna get it in. I like to bump my gums at the beginning of the show. Then I open up the link and let everybody else bump their gums. And I fall back. So it's all good. I'm gonna do the same thing today. Feel me? But I do want to finish up with this. So adding this to all of our utility belt will help us form better arguments and not be in violation so much. Let's look at distortion, which might apply here. A judge should look at the evidence in question. When reviewing the evidence, the judge would determine it was distorted if the... Hold on, let me slow down and say something. The judge is all of us. All right? In this scenario, this is judge of public opinion. You know what I'm saying? All right, let me see. A judge should look at the evidence in question. When reviewing the evidence, a judge would determine it was distorted if it contained added and or deleted words which significantly alter the conclusion of the author. I know who did that. When they took the word black, when they took the definition big black, great black out. They took the definition of great black out of Kim and just only left the other two definitions. A failure to bracket added words also would be considered distortion. That's distortion. So we got to understand all of this. And I'm going to go back to the top before we over. Non-extant evidence, that's what we're dealing with also. If a debater is unable to provide the original source or copy of the relevant pages when requested by the opponent or judge, the evidence is considered non-extant. If the original source does not provide the evidence cited, it is considered non-extant. If the evidence is paraphrased but lacks the original source to verify, it is considered non-extant. I'm going to say, excuse me, sir, this should be considered non-extant. Non-existent, anyway. Non-existent. But if the debater has the original source but declines to provide it to their opponent upon request, it's considered non-existent. If a debater is found to have non-existent evidence, you have non-existent evidence. She or he should lose the round. So I'm going to tell y'all right now, they didn't even think that somebody was going to go as far as to say it's on my blog. But that's non-extant evidence. No sources. If a debater is unable to provide the original source or copy of the relevant pages when requested by the opponent or judge, you can't just say it's in my book. If a debater is unable to provide the original source or copy of the relevant pages when requested by the opponent or judge, the evidence is considered non-existent. If the original source does not provide the evidence cited, it is considered non-existent. If the evidence is paraphrased but lacks the original source to verify, that's what it is. But I need to know, what about when they say it's in my book? Clipping. Now look, here's clipping right here. Clipping occurs when the debater claims to have read the complete text of highlighted and or underlined evidence when in fact he skips and omits parts of the evidence. Oh man, you clipping. All right, I'm gonna see if Pan-African James gonna show up. I'm gonna wait. I hope he show up so we can have him host. I ain't about to host. I'm about to listen. So when we go to the top, the rules addressing showing sources, what did it say? Scenario: a debater or judge asks to see, Jabari asks to see something read or the original source of something. Richard Carrier should provide the information promptly. Vice versa. A debater questions the oral source citation of the opponent. It's in my book. Oh yeah, see, if you say, yeah, it was all set up by the Persians. You making a claim orally, and you saying this in your book, I think we talking about might be an oral source citation, but I don't know how, because normally it's just going to be like, well, what's his name said this, but that's another person, not you. When debaters read evidence, they are required to provide the author's last name and the year of the publication. If duplicating the same sources, only the author's name is needed subsequent times. It is up to the judge to determine what to do with evidence lacking proper oral citations. All right, now, Gozy, do you want to engage under these rules? Bruh, I think these rules, come on, hit the link, Gozy, and engage with me under these rules. Don't get in talking about how fast I can cite haplogroups. That shit ain't amazing no more. Sources that prove what you say is amazing. Everybody who hit the link, be willing to engage under these debate rules of evidence. Don't say no shit if you ain't got it. I don't care who you is, I'm kicking you out. You're going to get one penalty. You be in the box, and most people got ego too big, they can't even stay in the penalty box. You put me in the penalty box, I'm going to click the link. Look, dude, show you got some type of depth. I'm not talking to one person in particular. If your options are so limited, just by choosing the only option you have, you show me you ain't got no option. Let me show you what I mean. If you click the link and don't follow the rules of the discourse, and I put you in the penalty box, your only option, because you already was just on the stream, so now the only option you have is to click the button and get up out of there. But then that just showed me that you ain't really got nothing to discourse about. I'm talking about all the times that we ever went through this. I hope nobody don't think I'm talking to ghosts. I'm just talking about when I have to put people in the penalty. I'm going to start charging for the link. Yeah. I ain't got nothing demanded of me. I ain't never charged for. That's how you build some shit up. I'm just having fun, people. I hope my fun ain't charging for the link. It's an interest fee. Who at the door? We need security. 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 We need security, bruh. That's why y'all be throwing hella parties with no security. Getting your partners and I'm just laughing, joking. Ain't it a festive day? I wish you a Merry Christmas. He wished you a Christmas. I thought he was Kevin. What happened to Hey Root? Man, I'm gonna go get some eggnog in a minute. Really not be true. I keep pressing invite, but it won't copy. I'm turning on the timer and everything. Look, let's turn on all the gadgets before anybody come in. Apps. Open up the timer. We need a fact checker app. I want to find a timer here. Participant speaking timer. Need that, right? We got that person. Now we're gonna see who be bumper rumping. They got a link. Let me see if they're gonna let me pin it. Why they ain't been letting me pin my own conversations? I don't know. $25 to hit the link. I'm gonna talk to the people and debunk Kemet. Fake bread or fake dead. Only motherfuckers who rocking Black Egypt get in this motherfucker. Nope, iPhone 4, you didn't pay your $25. Remove. I'm just playing. Oh, you ain't Kemet. Everybody hiding behind them iPhone names ain't Kemet. What's up with Asar MK?
Man, big up. See, this is why I had to say it. If you're not quoting a scholar who says something pertaining to your work, or you not taking us to the primary resource.
Hey, you gotta whoever that is, peace to you. You gotta you need
brother.
Who's that? Gozy?
That's Gozy.
What's up with you?
My name.
I knew that was you. I knew that was you.
I need to change that name, baby.
Hey, but somebody got an echo in the back.
Gozy.
Oh, I thought that was Gozy.
Gozy.
Oh, I thought that was Gozy. You got to take the
That's
echo
the
out the
brother
back.
with the arc. He got the big arc.
What's your name, family? We can't call you iPhone. Oh, I muted. Did you mute yourself? I'm asking you to unmute. You muted yourself. I wasn't saying mute yourself. I was saying you got the YouTube still open on your phone so we could hear the background. We could hear it repeating.
Unmute yourself, famo. We can't hear you.
What's up with Asar, though?
Man, I just bought your book for the third time. I keep
my bad, brothers.
Book.
Hey, Smash. My bad, Asar. Kai. My bad,
Go
brother.
ahead, family. Go ahead,
I had a new piece, and Smash, I'm hitting you up, brother, because I wanted to kind of decipher something that was on my piece, brother. I seen some things on here that probably has some discrepancies on here.
When I'll be looking at some of that, it don't be accurate, but zoom in. Let's see.
All right, I got you, brother.
I mean, take a picture of it and then share your. If you could take a picture of that and then share the screen of the picture, we can look and see what it looked like.
I got you, brother. Give me a minute. I got you.
Word up. What you
I'm
were
gonna
saying?
tell you some of them. Yeah, some of them onks don't be having nothing on it.
It'd be just like,
because I got a few of them, and the one you got, it's got a behu that, but the words don't. I don't think the words make sense when I see them.
Every time I see stuff like that, I stop and look for a minute now to see how well detailed it is.
No, you good. We just going to decipher it for you so you can see it. Yeah, I just bought your book, but I was just saying on the other day when I was on there, when I hopped on with Jabari and them, I'm like, even and it's only with the New Jack scholars. Go buy my book. There was a dude on SVDL that used to say that all the time. And so go buy my book because Islam is everything, and We like, man, get your book salesman ass out of here. If you're gonna be in a debate on this level, you have to quote either the scholar that also did work with you or around the subject, so you can refer to your work. Or if you're gonna quote something in your book, you need to take us to the primary resource and explain it. None of the above was done. So when you just make a vague reference, it's in my book. We don't know
Really,
what that
these
that
guys,
that don't work.
they're gonna be like, oh, that means this. These brothers
All
are
right.
official.
All
These
Yeah,
right.
brothers are
So, but you
we
gotta,
with the official brothers, baby.
if you could go to the, if you could hold the still on one section.
I got you, Smash.
It looked like it said D something on there at the bottom where he was at. Is his screen sharing?
Not right now. I mean,
Looked like it start with Neb something, but I can't see that far.
Garfield just
Hold on.
mad he paid Richard Carrier and Richard Carrier got beat up.
Yeah. And I expected more from Richard. Richard, I didn't seen you debate before. If you listening, I didn't seen you get busy, and Jabari dragged you through the dirt, my man. I thought you was gonna come get busy. You ain't get busy. And Katz is on here. No, see, he showed the correct method and the scholarly. No. All you got to do is go back to Sheikh Ahmadidat, not Sheikh Antijob. Go back and watch Sheikh Ahmadidat when he debates Jimmy Swagger, Billy.
I see exactly what Smash is talking about. I need to take a nice picture of this and then come in and share that.
You look
I'm gonna
clean
leave it
right
up.
there. You look clean
Yeah,
right
that
there.
was
If you can
clear,
hold it like that.
but if you just every time we say something and fall, oh, I gotta highlight your screen. Hold on, that's what I got.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering why he wasn't staying there.
You gotta highlight his screen, so I'm gonna go to gallery mode and then highlight his screen. Spotlight for everyone. There it
You
go.
brothers got excuse. Y'all brothers
All
got
right, so
excuse.
stay on that side real quick.
I got you, brother.
Yeah, that I mean, like I'm looking at right there. Look, that's already it's not right. So what I
that
looked at
Neb?
first, because look at that word in the first column, it's to be read one way, and it's not even really a word I'm familiar with. That could be a nab bowl. You could say what that is, and then that's just made up because they got a town determinative. X marks the spot next to a B. You see that B to the left? And so let's just look at the second column. I mean, that's not even a net ball because it got the K on top of it. Look, I mean, it got the K handle. You see the handle to the left?
Oh, so that's a cat, like a cat tab.
Yes, yeah. So if I try, what I see up there in the first column is KBN, but it got this. If that's not an X, they thought they didn't even do the 040. That 049 glyph, is that not 049? They messing that up. They didn't put the circle around it. So now it just looks like something else. I would just say that they looked at some glyphs, but they didn't. This ain't real.
Now,
I mean,
now
the
look
closest,
at the second column. It looked like Tepi Nu Het or Hetep Kenti.
So yeah, but even look at the hotep. That thing is separated from
Yeah, that ain't right.
It's not really a hotep. Like it's separated from. So in the second column, we're looking. If you could go to the fourth glyph down, it looks like a straight line across. You see that in the second column? It looked like that straight, and it got a vertical line above it, right in that second column. You don't see it? It's at the top. It got.
Yup, I see it.
I'm not talking. I'm talking to the brother who's holding the.
Oh, the brother, yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, when it's blurry now, it looked like a hotep. But when you clear it up, we can see that they're not connecting, right? Those two vertical lines.
So it looked straight, and then it looked like a pet symbol underneath.
Yeah, it looked like a pet and less like a hotep. But and it do see a P and a T, so that might be a pet.
And then Kenti underneath it.
That could be a Kenti, and if we would see I'm into you under that.
So Kenti in
Ta?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, in the third column, you see Ta what? Now, I don't think that's real. That top per.
We.
So I see that straight line, which would give us the
told
tie
you,
with the three
I got
strokes.
to fact check with the brothers
Oh,
first.
oh, so all right, so Tawi Peretti Jehuti?
Correct.
Yeah. And then it's got
I
the
ain't
feet,
mad at
so it's
that.
got an
Yeah,
E.
yeah. And then what
But
bird you giving that? And that bird got a little excrement at
he,
the back. I
the
mean, what's
bird
that?
dookie and in the
Yeah,
back.
that's what I'm saying. What's this going on?
Hey,
That-
brother. Hey, look. Hey, Smash. When I went and got it, bro, I said, look, I gotta run this by Smash first and fact check this.
So I think this is just
I
a
can't
person.
just have anything hanging up in my house.
I think they just copying some glyphs onto here out of like a book, but this don't to me. It ain't making no sense the way that we decipher. I mean, the way that we try. Like if I look at any column and try to tell you what it said, I see certain little phrases. You know, if that is Pat Kenty, but we don't know if that's our mentee under there. So that'll be like sky, something in the sky, the foremost, and then in the third column we got at the top, ta, her, X, and then that bird, whatever. That's not a bird I'm familiar with. What bird you would call that?
The Jehuti bird taking a poop. Yeah.
Hey, Smash.
And then it's got
Look,
Tim
this
Mai.
the first thing. Hey, Smash. Hey, I saw it, Smash. This the first thing that gave me alert, bro. When I seen Tahuti over here in this gown, bro.
Oh, see. Where you see him at?
Right here.
With the
Isn't
you see him
that
with the
Tahuti?
plums on his head?
Nuh-uh. Next in front.
That's a female in front.
Okay. I thought Tahuti represented the male.
He does, but that's a female in front.
I had never seen a female gown, and I mean Tahuti in a female gown.
He just said because you see the abyss bird head or whatever.
Yeah. I had never seen that before, brother. So I thought that was a mistake first. That was the first thing I peeped. I said, that might be a mistake.
Right.
But these things, some of these things are only, this ain't, I don't think they, like, let's look at this Shinu here. The two cartouches or whatever. Let's just zoom in on those. That, just looking at that from the baseline, I could tell you that this ain't nothing real, bro. Or let's try to read it though. In the right one, we got what? Imank, Min. Well, what do you see? Is that a?
I see my. He moving around.
Y'all gotta excuse me. I got you though, bro. I'm still here. I got you.
So, my eye is already backwards. If we would go there, it would be like, but we would have to start in the middle, which would be men. Something nature.
Yeah, they made this up. Look at the three. Look at the two ends with the three dots under it. What that's all about. So this ain't accurate, basically. I would say, but the glyphs that they use, like look at this down here. They got so they got two different right there. Where you see the golden horse or that horse in the box. Go back up. So yeah. I'm sorry. It's right below that.
Yeah, right.
So look,
giving life to
this
nature.
It got phrases in two different directions, which is cool. So this will be starting like in the middle. So Dion, just like you said, Dion, Heru, Neb, and then what's this over here to the right? Is that I can't really see it, and then I see the square and the circle, which would give us like, that ain't nothing.
Yeah, it's like giving life to the great nature. There it goes again, giving life. If you go to the far left, it's giving life. I can't tell
but it's backwards though. They got that backwards, man. I mean, so
they put glyphs that might exist in the wrong order.
Yeah, exactly. They exist, but I don't think the person who made this could read anything. He just was putting stuff. Like look at all the epithets next to the king's name. He just
I bought this from an Indian brother who owns a jewelry store in the mall from across from my house.
It's just a replica. It's not. I mean,
it says mess something in there. Mess Kepper Ra something at the bottom shin. You can see that in there. You can see the.
I think I see. Is that the Tahuti mess? So they want you to think that's the Tahuti mess?
Yeah, that is Jehuti mess.
But look to the right though. Kepper but that Kepler snake, whatever next to it,
Yeah, I can't see
yeah,
it.
and so that's the best I can say about that. I mean, it wouldn't be nothing I would really try to decipher because the way the glyphs are written, it don't look. I mean, it ain't even intended to be authentic, but it don't look like it was copied over from an authentic source.
It at least got a sentence in the middle, giving life to nature, the great nature. Then it says giving life on the other side. And then Heru is who it is. And then it looks like, what is that? Nebet?
Yeah. But what is Pet? So I
Yeah, I
think the
was
dude
looking
was
to
just
find the
copying.
PT, and I'm
Yeah, I
like,
think
it
he
got
was just copying stuff and got lucky in some spaces. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
anybody could draw a triangle next to an Ankh sign, but I don't think he knew. Oh, because look, it say Sarah. Even he got the Sarah looking all funny now that I see it. So netter, I mean, because I would have to read from the center from that netter sign to the left. What's this big line behind the netter sign?
I was trying to decipher that. I'm like, what the heck? Because I see the Jetin, it's a word spoken by Jehudi Mes, but I can't see this other, the Sarok, son of Ra, giving life.
But that's never said like that. Come on, man. They just messed
No,
that up.
tell him,
Sarah,
baby.
Sarah, Dion, Sarah Dion. If I seen that, I know the text was not the text. But the Ankh is lovely though, brother. Don't let that.
No, y'all brothers good. Y'all brothers good. I'm just making sure what I'm putting up and everything else is official. That's all. Because if somebody come in my crib, brother, I want to be able to say, "Oh yeah, such and such, woo up the bam, this and that, yada yada yada."
Oh, that,
You
but
know what
that
I mean?
ain't that. I wouldn't represent that piece as that. That's
I
just a
mean,
look good.
mean,
That's just a
basically,
good, a look good piece. That's an eye because none of the. I mean, you can say the part of Sar was denoting. There's more words on there, but it's not saying nothing to me.
yes, sir.
To me,
Yes, sir.
I mean, I could be wrong from what I see.
No, I think you're right, because it's not even in the proper order. We know
Yeah,
that from
yeah. They
looking
just
at that right side where it say Nebet, and there's no pet. It say new underneath it. Nebet.
Hey, Smash, I'll ask you this, brother. So if I do go and get another piece, something similar, should I go to Baba Haru?
Oh no, I couldn't tell you that. I'm on Oakland. I mean, I'm on the
He
West Coast.
he do print real stuff. So if you go to Baba Haru, at least your metal nature be on point.
Like I only know of his stuff the same way you do. You feel me? Where you at?
I'm in Chicago, bro.
Yeah.
And I seen a piece that, you know what I'm saying? I seen something that resembled Kemet, bro. And I said, let me get that.
Yeah, well, I would say support Baba Haru for sure. Yeah, man. I would say, yeah. He know what he talking about.
And it's authentic gold. Like it ain't gonna change on you unless it's gold plated, but it'll say it if it's gold plated. So you get some. He had made Erica Badu a piece a while back. Her piece was live. Piece was real live. But he do his thing. He definitely do his thing.
Smash, I had to come to you, brother, and say, man, I gotta go to Smash and see what's good with this, man. Because I just can't have nothing just sitting up just saying anything in my crib. It could be saying, forget all blacks, you know what I'm saying?
Now do this so you can at least have a talking point. See the middle right there? That's Behudet. That's protection. You see the sun in the middle and the wings and the two uachets. But go up to the sisters real quick. Let me make sure we got. So on the
Yeah, they made that up.
look like Nekabet.
Well, look what how they said the
right
name
about
was.
the name, because the name is actually what we were saying in there. But go to the right one. That's like Mother Moot. Over here, it looks like
They just made them names
those are her
up, bro.
horns. Yeah.
Look at that name. So how will we say this? Kepper Satep in Kepper Satep in almond Ra
Right.
Ra. Look, it's because it got a tie under the Ra. So it'll be Ta. This name would be Ta Kepper Satep in Amin Ra.
They messed it up.
Yeah, come on now. Nobody named that. We know the names. Like, ain't nobody Kepper Satep in Amin Rata. I mean,
And then the copperized the creative part at the top. So you at least got the sister's protection.
but look at the Keparot. I don't want to say they. Am I doing too much? Because why?
Kepperaz's okay.
But nah, why the Keparot? So show me an authentic Keparot holding the horns, and the. I'm just saying. Nah, I ain't trying to hate, but
you good, Smash.
Let's see if we can find a Keparot that's holding these horns and yeah. I mean, it might be there. That's Keparot on the horizon.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find that. I'm gonna say Kepler beetle.
I think it's actually hold up. I think it is one, but
it might be right.
Kepler I think it's only one.
Horns. Kepler beetle with horns. No, they showed me a real one. Kepler beetle with horns. Right. I mean, that's the horizon. But how would I write that?
Let me look at my pictures. I think I might have a pic similar. I don't think we're gonna match it.
I think I'm okay. Yeah, no, I'm wrong. I see one. I just want to show it on the screen just to make sure we ain't messing nothing up. So I'm about to share it. I would hate for you to think something wasn't right that is right. Look, do you see it right here?
Yeah, you want some cocoa melon?
Y'all see that right there? You might want to mute out the SAR.
He all right, yeah. He got. I knew it was one.
Oh yeah, he all
see
right.
The one at the bottom, and the one that he's showing, but the one at the bottom, right there. Yep.
All right, so I see what's happening because whoever made that artwork just reproduced this right here. Because if we look at this is a pendant style necklace, but let's look at the other one. Well, okay, we can say they on point. So let's get
similar.
But I don't even want to, I don't want to. It look cool. It's a nice ass piece.
No, you good, Smash. Yeah. You good, brother.
I ain't trying to say nothing negative about it. I just don't want you to think it's like real metal nature and stuff. It's real metal nature, but the words are. So basically, it's like if somebody know a script and can put it together, but they don't know how to read it. That's what it looks like to me, basically.
Okay, that's cool, brother. That's all I want to just clear up, man. You know what I mean? Cause I already know when I'm like, yeah, I got my unk up in here, yeah. But yeah, I appreciate that, brother. I had to run it by you, brothers. I had to.
Well, I appreciate that.
I had to, brother. So that was my first. This was my first. That's the first thing that made me skeptical. This symbol right here, a Tahuti with the gown on, bro. That's the first thing because I had never seen Tahuti dressed like that.
What made you keep saying this Tahuti?
That's Tahuti. I just think that's
why you keep saying Tahuti.
The reason why I keep saying Tahuti is because I see the beak. I see the long nose.
Don't you see that on the character right behind him though?
Yeah, that's normal to me.
So let's show both of the characters.
Okay, here we go.
So don't they both got the beak, right?
Yeah, but I never seen Tahuti in a woman's gown.
Well, so you got two of them with beaks, right? So why do you keep saying the one that's the woman is Tahuti and not the man?
Because every time I see Tahuti represented, Tahuti is represented in a masculine fashion.
And which one on the Ankh is represented in a masculine fashion?
The one on the right, on the far
right. Why
right.
You ain't saying that's Tahuti?
Because I said the one in the gown made me skeptical.
Well, that would probably be Jcat, if anybody, because that was one of his consorts. But I'm trying to remember if I seen her with the head that's
I understand the confusion because the confusion is you see a beak head on a woman's body. I mean, the abyss head representation on the woman's body. But we also see the abyss head in what appears to be the same representation on a man's body.
Yeah, but he don't have a gown on though, Smash. Like I never seen Tahuti presented in like a
I
gown, like
can't I
in
can't
this.
understand your logic,
That's
bro. I'm
because
sorry.
Jehudi probably is not that character.
But that's what I
So you
keep
don't want
saying.
to try to
Like,
force
you
Jehudi
keep
into the
saying it's
dress.
Tahuti. And you
Because
got
it don't
another
even read that
option.
way.
Look, you got another option of who could be Tahuti right there. But you won't say that the
But
man is
no,
Tahuti.
Smash, I know that. That's what I know. What's skeptical is why is Tahuti now pictured now in the gown?
Well, see, here's the thing. How do you
Oh,
know that's Tahuti?
Because it's the same head as the one behind it.
How do you know it's not Shashat?
Now that's the first time I've heard of Shasha.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. It don't even say Tahuti under there. And you have a
No, it
depiction
and
to
that's
the
true.
right, which would state
are-
Tahuti.
You are
But over
totally
here,
right.
guess who that is?
Hmm?
Guess who he looked like? Tahuti also. And behind him looks like it would be Sekhmet with the lioness head, right? Or Set.
Yep.
So we can't say for sure because there's no writing. So you don't want to assume that's Tahuti in a dress.
Got you. Cause see, I assume that was Tahuti. I say, man, is that Tahuti in the gown? Because when I look down here, I say, okay, that's not Tahuti, but there's a gown.
I don't know what to say. First,
No, it's cool.
I'm
No, it's
thinking,
cool, brother.
but don't you see the style of the gowns is even styled differently?
Yeah, most definitely. Most definitely.
That one
Most
has
definitely.
a name of a person in that Shino down there. It's probably not accurate. It says like something like what is that? A Uber, the Ots, well, that looks like a quail bird. I mean, a little chick. So I would say oots, Samin or something like that. That ain't no real writing. I'm just reading nonsense. And so I'm just saying I don't think that is Tahuti in the gown. I think that might be a representation of his consort. But I'm with you that I never seen her represented with with the with the abyss head on her either. You feel me? So I understand what you're saying. But you keep saying it's Tahuti. And I would say I would propose at least that the character behind her may be Tahuti and that she may be his consort.
Okay, cool.
But I'm just going off. I mean, I ain't got nothing to base that on other book.
It's
my
cool,
limited
brother.
knowledge.
Hey, look, man. I'm learning. I'm still on my journey, and I'm learning, brother. You know, I'm learning, and I said, look, I gotta show this to the brothers first to see what's good with this.
Hey, I want to ask you a question about what I was showing about that debate about the debate information. Did you hear everything that was going on with that?
If you talking about earlier with on Sinetta?
Yeah, when they was talking.
That was me with the glasses, brother. That was speaking to That was telling about Jabari, about his hating. That was me.
Oh yeah, well I was listening to you. You was kind of on point. But let me ask you, do you think they was being honest about you don't need to show sources if you're a PhD or what?
Brother, they was not being honest, brother. Hold on, let me do something real quick. Let me turn this around. They was not being honest, brother. They was not being honest at all, bro. They wasn't. And you know as well as I know, when you come to HOK or you come to Sonetta Studios, bro, you gotta have sources, bro. You gotta have sources. That's like me telling y'all I'm a millionaire, but I can't even show shit for it.
Man, I hear you. What about
I'm
you?
just saying, like, as far as I've been on the channel, like, you ain't got no sources, bro. What you standing on ain't talking about nothing.
Because anybody can say anything, right?
Anything, bro. I could tell you Lil Wayne, my brother, bro.
I can even say, look, I can tell you a nice ass story right now, and then I can go pick up a book and say it's in this book.
Yeah.
But if I know that, and I'm gonna choose a bigger book to make you be more lost. 800 pages. Because now I know you have to go through 800 pages to see if what I said was true. How long would it take somebody to find a source in 800 pages? You got to read it.
It'll take them a minute if they don't know nothing about ChatGPT.
Exactly.
It'll take them a minute if they're not using the internet. It depending on how they plug anything in that Google search.
You still would have to be able to put the whole book into the AI.
You would. If somebody else haven't ever already broke it down already.
But look at what we would have to do in order to just get a source that somebody was supposed to just present the proper way.
That's true. That's true. That's true. Bro, it just seemed to me, bro. It just seemed to me that like, because Jabari has started a foundation and is standing on something, it just looked like people are just looking at that foundation, bro, and being jealous of it and trying to knock him down from off his square from what he been on. It's like, you can't do that, bro. Because it ain't like he did anything negative to build that foundation.
Right. And
that foundation that he built is all off righteousness.
Yeah, for the most part. And why would you turn around and say you need sources on every show you've ever been on, and then turn around and say, no, see, the PhDs don't need sources. PhDs need sources too.
Most definitely.
Need sources too.
Especially when they PhDs.
Yeah, because they're some of the ones who started the issues when it comes to racism in historical information. So we definitely need your source.
Most definitely.
To explain it.
Most
you
definitely.
Can't just run around and do that.
Hey, Smash.
I was going to show you some pics too, so you could kind of get an idea of what we're talking about on your Ankh.
My bad, Asar, but I remember like maybe a couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago, Smash, on your channel, you was it probably was Brother James, but they were showing a contribute to Yeap in Africa that I believe it's a museum that they had built for him. And it had Kepra, and it had some metal netta with some writings and stuff in there. And that might have been Sankofa. That might have been Sankofa, but I remember somebody showing a monument of them contributing and giving honor to Yeap, as far as like they had like a monument or something that was outside that I was looking at. And I said, man, yo, they know what's up. That belonged to us. That's us all day. I don't know why we sitting up here steady arguing about the horn when we already know. Brother Quasi has already told us that all the information and everything come from south of Africa, and that Egypt is the baby. It's our Washington D.C. It was our Washington D.C. So I'm just like, once Washington D.C. get took over here in America, we already know what's up. We already know what's up. That's gonna get defaced. That's gonna get changed. They're gonna do whatever. They're gonna probably destroy it, burn it down, whatever. And I'm just like, I don't know. It's
real quick. Hey, one of my moderators, please reshare the link so I can pin it. I don't know why they won't let me pin my own words no more. Something new happened.
They've been doing that lately.
Yeah, I can't pin my words, but I can pin other people's words. So thank you.
It just been crazy, Smash. Like, I've been seeing people like trying to like disregard us from Kemet and saying that, oh no, y'all West Africans, y'all ain't got nothing to do with that. But like the whole time when I go through the information, it's telling us that the African Americans here in America, we possess E1B1A and E1B1B. So I'm like, hold on. If we possess both genes, then we're the descendants of those people. If we got both genes, if we possess both genes, we those people.
I don't know if it worked like that.
Who mix in with us? I don't give no fuck. Who mix, excuse my language, but I don't care who mix in with us, bro. As far as appearance, we already see that has not changed. We still heavily melanated. We still rocking our dreadlocks. We still are familiar with the unks. We still familiar with the signs and the symbols. I don't know, it become frustrating over time, brother. You know, it's frustrating with people trying to like disregard and not give us that when we already knowing, like, if you want to say it like that, we know West Africa had a chance to sit on the throne in Kemet anyway. We know that. Just like here in America, every race or every person get a chance to sit on the throne of America.
So I heard Neil deGrasse Tyson say something that just killed all these dudes. Let me see.
What'd he say?
Yeah, the only indigenous. I'm gonna let him say it.
It's like I had to tell some brothers this weekend or before this weekend. Why is the term Sangoma, a Zulu word, used all over West Africa if we don't have any connections?
On the real.
The only indigenous people are black people in Africa.
Growing the bones started in West Africa. Why you got Sangomas in the South?
It's always an excuse. It's always an excuse, brother.
Let me share this for y'all.
Funny, man.
Y'all see this from Mr. Imhotep?
Yeah.
This is when Neil deGrasse Tyson was on Joe Rogan. And he beat the brakes off everybody in this argument with one or two sentences.
What was that? Sat 12.
Watch what Neil deGrasse Tyson say right here.
Hell does this dude right now?
The only indigenous people are black people in Africa. Okay,
that really
because human life began in Africa. Everyone else traveled to where they were. So native, you set a time frame to declare what is native and what's not.
Yeah.
And a native in its simplest form is, are you born there? So I'm a native New Yorker. I'm born there, but I wasn't the original settler there. My species did not form on Manhattan Island.
Right.
So everybody traveled to where they are. They just got there before the Europeans. And so that has become the definition of indigenous. Were you there when the Europeans landed? Then you're indigenous.
But let's listen to what he says again, because I thought scientists on the high level.
The only indigenous people are black people in Africa.
Scientists on the high level don't say black.
Really
because human life began in Africa. Everyone else traveled to where they were. So native, you set a time frame to declare what is native and what's not.
Yeah.
And a native in its simplest form is, are you born there? So I'm a native New Yorker.
What's up?
You know what, brother? I want to debunk something that I believe that I was told that was true. I want to see if we can debunk that right now in this live, brother, if that's okay with you.
What is it?
I was told that there was a volcano called Volcano Toba that erupted. And when that volcano erupted, it brought human civilization to 3,000 people on planet Earth, period.
What's your source?
That's what I said. That's why I said let's source out what I was told and what I believe.
But I'm gonna tell you right there, that's honestly, you want us to do your homework here.
No, not do my homework, because this is a theory, just like all the others. And they said when Toba erupted, it was the Homo sapiens sapien that went and repopulated the rest of the earth.
I'm with you. So this is what I'm saying. Anybody could have us spend our time on anything. And we have to be fair to everyone. Yes. So we can't act like what I got to say is more important than what you want us to dialogue about right now. But so in order to qualify the information, we ask everybody where you get that from.
True.
Now, we're not trying to find nobody homework. If you don't know where you got it from, then we shouldn't talk about it. You know what I'm saying? You can even find it. You can find it, like you can just press pause for a minute and just find that source, and then we could dialogue on it, because that's the only way we could prevent people from just saying anything and having us talk about it. So just Google it real quick and find if somebody really say that, give us a source, and then let's go. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
And let me throw some logic at you. The
Peace to brother Saul. Peace to
big
Smash.
up my brother Pan African Design
And peace to the brother. I'm not sure what his name is.
Hey, brother, you
Peace
can
to
call me Kepra. You can call me Kepra from now on.
Peace, brother Kepra. Peace.
So check this out, right? When you talk about the eruption and where it happens at, it's an island, right?
Yeah.
It's around Sumatra. What's the
located where in the Mediterranean?
Yeah, basically,
Okay.
It's by Asia.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I just want to make the geographical. We know exactly.
So what's the likelihood that on what is it, Sumatra in Indonesia, what's the likelihood a volcano erupting in Indonesia destroyed the population of the earth to 2,400 people? It probably did that to the people on the island. But the likelihood that it hopped over the ocean water, destroyed half of Asia or most of Asia's population, destroyed the USSR's population, hopped over the ocean to Africa, destroyed that population, hopped over the ocean, a few oceans to get to America and destroyed who was ever over there. It's probably really, really unlikely. But
at what time period? You got to frame it by at least a date on
like
what
740.
Yeah, they said 80,000 years.
You said 80,000?
Yeah.
74,000 or 70,000, something like that.
Well, I think they may be just doing that to try to have an answer for the small population at the time, like. Because in Eurasia, they're supposed to have a smaller population than what was going on in Africa, which they postulate that that is the reason why we were able to take over, the rest of, dominate genetically across the rest of the planet. Because, it was, Neanderthal and Denisovans in those areas from 400,000 all the way up to what they say 40,000. So you're talking about it's not even really humans up there at that time. They say that humans come out of Africa.
I'm gonna do it before you go in on it too hard. What's the name of it? I didn't mean to cut you off. What's the name of it, family? I'll look it up because you don't look like you looking it up.
No, it wasn't because I taste bad.
Yeah, exactly. So tell me the name of it. I'm going to do you the one free service homework one time. I'm going to find you a source.
Toba, ancient
you on point.
Mount Toba, Toba.
Yep.
You on point. Yep.
All right, now Toba.
You're just talking about
now. Here we go. Now I'm not going to read it too, though, James. Hold on, because he got me doing hella shit now. Hold on. Here we go.
Don't get paid, brother.
Look, cash app.
Look, there you go. There you go. There you go. You can read it for the people. Teach the people your theory right here. Come on.
Hey, Bash, I got you the bar, bro.
Tybo catastrophe.
All right, you want me to read it?
If you want to, go right here. Yeah. I'm trying to. Yeah.
It's a theory. Now they saying it's a theory.
The wiki.
Well, at least it's a starting point. Yeah.
The Toba eruption, sometimes called the Toba super eruption or the youngest Toba eruption, was a supervolcano eruption that occurred around 74,000 years ago. During the late, how you pronounce that? Pleistocene, at the site of present day Lake Toba in Sumeria in Indonesia.
Sumatra, Indonesia.
Sumatra, Indonesia. It is one of the largest known explosive. Well, hold on,
eruptions.
Hold on, brothers. I didn't switch screens. Hold on, my bad.
I got you. It was one of the largest known explosive eruptions in the history, Earth's history. The Toba catastrophe theory. The Toba catastrophe theory holds that the evidence of the event caused a severe global volcanic winter of 6 to 10 years and contributed to a 1,000-year-long cooling episode, leading to a genetic bottleneck in humans. Now, to find the source, we're going to click these two, all right? Just so everybody watching can know. Now, the source right here is Rampio, Michael Rampino, and Stanley H. Ambrose. Volcanic Winter in the Garden of Eden, the Toba super eruption in the late Pleistocene human population crash. And then they have another source for it, which
Go to
is
Rampino book. He's got the bottleneck one.
it's the same source. So notice that they said 1998. So Ambrose wrote on both books. So it's the same people with this theory, and maybe you could again, it is a real thing. So now let's talk about it. Now that we see it ain't just pseudo judo. You feel me?
I just wanted to bring that up, Smash.
So what about it though?
I don't want to be faking the room.
No, I'm saying go in. I mean, now that we substantiated it, what should we scrutinize about it? What's up with it?
My only thing was reason why I brought it up, and I wanted you guys to fact check that, was because they was just saying that we actually populated the rest of the Earth, the Homo sapiens sapien, and that's why you have brown shades of people everywhere. We everywhereians. You know,
Wait,
hold on, slow down, brother. Let me try to table this for you. I guess.
Hey, look, hey, brothers, I might be wrong.
No, we ain't there yet. I'm still kind of confused about how you just unfolded that. That's all. So I want you to kind of rephrase that, because you said something about we everywhereians. Do you mean to say that a volcano would affect how we? I mean, it would come through and kill people, but it wouldn't have affected the migrations that transpired prior to the eruption.
No, what I'm saying is that you have brown people all over the world because of that eruption, and then once we started to go out,
hold on, man,
right there. How do we have it?
That's not true.
Oh, well, real quick, let's let him explain that.
Hey, brother, I'm just telling you.
But just listen to the logic of. I mean, help me with the logic behind what you're saying. You said we got brown people all over the world because of an explosion. How did that make that happen?
Okay, we went out and started to populate in other places. We started going other parts of the land outside of Africa when we stepped out and started to populate in other places.
I'm not against that. So you basically saying it exploded and the land was uninhabitable in that region for a time. So people
for about 10,000 years.
Okay,
and so for 10,000 years, and then we started to go out and we started to repopulate on different masses of land.
All right, but I mean, I'm with you, but I thought maybe you was presenting this to dispel a different type of theory, but it doesn't seem to be dispelling out of Africa or nothing, because that would work fine. Say
no, that is what I'm saying.
You support out of Africa.
Yes, theory is true because of volcano Toba.
I don't know if that would be though, because
then
out of Africa theory is true.
We populated the rest of Earth. That's why you.
I hear what you're saying, but see, I just think you. Well, real quick, I cut you off. I'm sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
No, go ahead, family. Oh
no, y'all good.
When the volcano takes place, it makes the world cold, except for Africa. Right, so it would almost work.
Not just except for Africa, except when you say the tropical zones or something like that.
The middle of the equator location.
Not just Africa, because they'll be. You know what I mean?
Africa is the biggest landmass that sits in that pot. So mostly it's Africa. Then there's a few other places. But if that was the case, that would say the volcano exploded. It had such an effect on the hemisphere, which is what it says, that everywhere else got really cold. And so nobody could survive. So since they didn't survive except for in places that are close to the equator or Africa in particular, then we would have to migrated out of there later once the world started to heat back up again. So it's a theory, but it's not actually a scientific, and I'm not sure I believe that theory.
But I just want to add to that, for my brother, your name ain't up there. So, Kepara, this is what I'm thinking. It don't have to be a cause and effect with those two things. They're not, I mean, they could exist. Both of them could be true. I mean, I know you do, as like you said, you support out of Africa, but I don't think that the explosion, I don't feel no hypothesis that says the explosion caused out of Africa. Maybe cats could have just been doing life like we be doing life, right? And then something just explode. You know what I'm saying? And then it changed that area in that region with life in other areas unaffected by that explosion. And you said it affected the whole Earth or just that region?
Yes. So if the whole Earth went cold, then that kind of like goes back to people being in the mountains and not being able to sustain their melanin.
Hold on again. Because it's colder in the mountains, ain't it?
Because especially for 10,000 years.
But I'm saying, you saying if the whole Earth went cold, you think some people would go to the mountains still? If it's colder there?
No. Not now. They didn't.
They was already there.
They was already there, and that's where they were stuck.
I'm not saying so you think. I'm just trying to get the logic. So the logic goes like,
you good if you say think you good.
Yeah, cool. Word up. So the out of Africa was going on. No, in your in the logic it goes, how could the beginning of out of Africa be the explosion though, bro? Think about that.
That's why I'm saying I don't think that.
That ain't really.
Yes, sir. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
We don't disagree on out of Africa. We all agree out of Africa. I just don't think this theory is viable enough to make it so.
Okay.
So I'm in the Britannica now. I pulled it up, right?
Well, you have genetic evidence of it not being actually the way they say it. So, you know what I mean? Because the people that were there at 78, 80,000 years ago wasn't, from what they say, human. I mean, a Homo sapiens sapien. They said it was a different form of Homo sapiens sapien, which was Neanderthal. In the northern region, that's what was there at that time. They start to admix at about 40, 50,000 years. So if they went extinct, they wouldn't have been able to admix when we came out, right? See?
They would have had to been.
It wouldn't have been no admix. It would have just been us. And then your model, watch this. Then your model will be true because everybody would look like us. But we know that everybody doesn't look like us.
And
because,
then
because of admix.
Came down and mixed with the sons of God.
Well, I don't know about it. Homo sapiens sapien. That's from a scientific perspective. That's what happened.
Right.
Now, right. And remember, we talk about God,
the outside. Yes, sir, brother James. Let me exclude. Let me fall back on that. Let me step back on the God word. Let me step back on that
word.
So when we talk like, let's go right from the Britannica. It says ice core evidence suggests that average air temperatures worldwide plunged by 3 to 5 Celsius, 5.4 to 9.0 Fahrenheit. Same thing. Different measurement types for those who try to put Kelvin in that same sentence.
Now, hey, you know what goes? You never clicked the link after acting like he was begging for the link and I didn't share it because I said we got to abide by those rules of sources in the beginning.
The link,
yeah, that's why I ain't clicked it because he's going to try to E1, B1 and I'm going to say, I need the source.
For years after the eruption.
Hey, I'm going to tell you a little something on that. I watch these Christian channel. It's these Christians on YouTube called Genesis. I think Genesis, Answers of Genesis or something. This Christian group. And they came out and confirmed that the African American is related to Ramses. This is where I first got this from, brothers. I'm not trying to lie or nothing like this, but it's a Christian group called Answers from Genesis. And they claim that they can link every person and everybody to everybody biblical. So I was like, damn, hold on. You can link everybody back biblical when I'm already believing and already knowing.
Because you can't find biblical people to get their DNA. You know that, right?
I hold it down for a minute.
Hold on, brother. Let me finish.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Let me finish. Right? So in my mind, I'm already thinking like, okay, these are all mythological characters.
Right.
But they are saying that they can link people back to Noah, and they can link people back to Ramses, and they can link people back to these people that's in the Bible. So I'm like,
well, you make him link it back to Ramses because you have a corpse, but we don't have a corpse for Noah, do we?
Yes. So I'm like,
they do.
I'm like, okay, so let me see what's good with this. And the only reason I'm saying what I'm saying, and I interrupted you guys with was to say that. They said the Arab and the African, the related place is Niger. They said that Niger is the common ancestor of the Arab and the African. This is where that mixture come from. Now, to me, and all the information I got, hold on, let me finish, brothers. Hold on. To me, I'm like, Niger, to me, what made it kind of truthful to me was that it's a Muslim ran area, and it once was African. Niger is the masculine of Nigeria. You got Nigeria, and then you got Niger. Niger being the masculine, Nigeria being the feminine. But when you talk about these two areas, they all Muslim ran damn near. The Arabs run all that shit. Oh, excuse my language, brother. They run all that. And who conquered us? Or who was selling us? It was the Arabs that was selling us.
Yeah,
so
the Niger is the river. So you're talking about the Niger River. That's why they got all the way from Senegal all the way down to Nigeria with the Hami. That's why the point of leave or whatever they call it, the port of whatever, it's in Senegal. It's in Upper West Africa, Northwest Africa, where Nigeria also had its port. That's the Hami. So when you say Niger, you're talking about the lake, the river itself.
That makes sense to me because they only been there like 900, 700 years, bro. And that's a spot that we occupied. That's right above Niger. That's right above there in Nigeria. And then to discredit us and say that the West Africans didn't have a seat on the throne and Kemet is crazy because the Nubians is our peoples. That's us. So to me, I'm just saying to me, and I might don't have a full understanding like y'all brothers do, but to me and everything that I've gathered, that's us. And that's our shit.
I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying, throw the archaeology with it. When you go and you claim Senegal, you can definitely claim Nigeria, but when you claim Senegal, you have the Wolof language, which matches up with a lot of the Medu Neter language. So now you actually have a connection there, which is one of Sheikh Antijop's work and Theophilo Benga's work. So we see that, we're like, okay, that's on point. But if we say that the Hami in them is there, the only connection you have that far would be when Senwosret walked over to West Africa during the slave trade, and he took some troglodytes and some Asiatics. That would be it.
I read a book earlier last year of a brother who wrote, and this brother was talking about the Akan people. And when that brother showed the well, let me hold on. On the front of that book that I'm talking about, I'm not sure of who's on the front, but I know that it's somebody of royalty, and they holding a jet in their hand. And on the title of the book, it say the Akan people. And as I was listening to this book on Audible, this brother was basically saying that that's us.
Yeah, you're gonna have to source up.
I know. I know.
That's like when you come around, you got to be able to get am.
That's cool. That's cool because I can't pull up the book right now because I could pull it up if I
even like a name, like that would be
real quick. Hold on, in my Audible, it's in my Audible app. If I was I don't know if I would cut off if I was to go to my Audible real fast. Okay, hold on. Let me go to my Audible, and let me go in my library. I got you. I ain't bullshitting.
That would be beautiful. But so what do you think about the carrier debate and what what went on with that, brother? Like what's going on?
Adape.
Excuse me?
By Kawam Adape, the Akan, other Africans in the Sirius star system, Egyptian and Sumerian.
Word. See, that's how you source up. Like, hey, but I was asking a question. Well, so what do you think about the current climate, after the Great White Hope failed? You know what
I
I'm
thought he
like, what do you
lost.
think about this? This is
I
really
thought
kind
he
of
lost
interesting.
bad because he
It's
didn't.
interesting.
Man, so watch this.
Now,
James.
I didn't watch the
Really,
debate. I'm gonna, keep that a buck.
yeah,
But
I got to see it. I was in the building, so
yeah, I didn't get a chance. But after I seen the weigh in, I thought that it would be a waste of my money because I already knew that guy didn't know what the hell he was talking about. And you sit around and you listen to people like Garfield. It's a whole bunch of people that you could just really expose themselves of late as far as how much they don't know. When you know stuff and you listen to people that don't know, they act like people that know can't hear that they don't know.
exactly.
You see what I'm saying? So you expose yourself, and it would be great if people that can understand when people don't know stuff, if we could all get together and just really just get these particular people out the way, because it's just confusing. Like when you listen to the conversation that happened over on Sarnetta's today, Garfield doesn't even need to be on the platform. When you're having a dialogue, because that's not the type of energy that Jabari brings. Have a conversation with him. You don't want to have a conversation with him. See, Smash, he coined a beautiful term, the hostile escape.
Mm-hmm.
They use this all the time in various ways to get out of talking about the information that we trying to, because it shouldn't take that long to parse out. Because I had a conversation over here the other day with Elder Yara, and I just simply asked him, I said, was there a God before the God that he worshiped, which is Yahweh? Right?
I was
He beat around the bush and told us all type of gods that predated his God. But we know from how we was raised up, from what grandmama and them taught us, he trying to tell us grandmama and them that can't comprehend what the Bible said. That should say that Adam and Eve was the source of everything, and that's how it went, and that they crafted woman out of the rib of a man. Now, he said that we can't comprehend what it's saying. It don't say that when you read the Hebrew. But we ain't Hebrews, and we talking about what our ancestors got in English and how we comprehend it. So to find out that this is false, and to find out that we have African history, written history, at least 1,200, maybe 1,500 years prior, why would we as anybody stop our history at the fictional part of it, or something once we found out it's a lie? Shouldn't we discard that? Then hold up, Father, when you find out that Yahweh is a Canaanite God coming from El, which El is a God that copied all of his history from Masar. The white crown is the southern. The white crown is the crown of the South. It's not the crown of the North.
No,
bro.
Hold up, Asar. Does that not make sense? What I just said, just simplify it.
Simplify.
That makes
just say, like, we don't have to really just be fucking scientists. Excuse my language. To just really just look at. We can go pull up L right now, a ball or whatever, and look at the image of what they crafted him. He had the Tef crown, don't
he got the white crown.
But once you see that
gave up everything.
Whether they got it directly from Kemet or not, we know they didn't even have a writing system. They didn't even probably even have a concept of a God. We wouldn't have known about it verbally. So they got the concept of writing about a God for themselves from somebody. Because we can't date the verbal. That's prehistory. You see what I'm saying? So you can only date history by what you can document and write.
I mean, as soon as when Yara was saying it, I just was like, because me and him had the discussion before. And so I told him, I said, look, the first appearance of your God is him being enslaved by Amun-Ra. And I pulled up the primary resource. So, Yara, if you tell your boy to release the debate, since you think I told you he closed it off because y'all was complaining and crying about it, and then Yara did a
Hold on. You
video
debated
event
Yara
explaining why he should have. Yeah, me and him debated on SVDL.
and he blocked it.
He didn't block it. The debater blocked it because he was complaining. He went and made 3 videos about 3 hours apiece explaining why he should have won the debate.
Wait a minute, let me ask you a question. What you mean? You said so y'all debated, but we can't view it, basically.
Exactly. Because it's on here. Let me
But not because of Elder Yara.
No, because Elder
okay.
Yara would like you to see his version when he re-explained what he meant, because he didn't really mean that.
That's how they always do.
Yeah, they didn't really mean that.
It's up to their interpretation.
Yeah, they always change. They like clay, bro. They gonna mold into whatever shape they need to mold into for the argument.
Yeah, if you tell them it's a creation story 1,200 years before that, and they want to say that they could know where they could have gotten that from them. They wasn't even writing to even think about a creation story. You know what I'm saying? Somebody else thought about how and then some of the molding from clay, all of that's copied from that creation story. Like you can say that they, you know what I'm saying? But to even have a concept of that and write it down and then put it in your story, it's just like, okay, and see, Seti, he needs to be back around. Because he said, like from the hood perspective, he said like an MF don't know when somebody copying off somebody's paper. That's how he put it. We know when somebody copying off somebody's paper. We ain't dumb.
Sarah still going in.
Okay, then, family, how we gonna let him get away with that? You know how he go.
But Sonny think the metanator ain't deciphered, so he messed up.
That's the only. But you be over there listening to him, and he still be using it. So I just give the brother a pass because I still love the brother.
Yeah, I ain't mad at him, but you know.
It's just that. But he still use the words, and he still be saying the so-called, but then he'll turn around and say, and I just be laughing. I be like, this is crazy. He shot himself in the foot with that. He should have never did that.
Hey, didn't Jabari call young Pharaoh out on that? He said, how you call your movement Asar or Osiris, but the metadata ain't never been deciphered? I forgot what words it was, but Jabari's like, how you using those names, but it ain't never been deciphered? It don't make no sense. How you
when he came back around after that hiatus and had that discussion with Jabari, you could see how far behind he was on the information.
Yeah.
Who was?
Young Pharaoh.
Oh, he can't. He tried to come back.
Yeah, you didn't see when
he had a debate
that one time.
When he was half hell.
Oh, you talking about recent? Oh yeah, he didn't have. Oh, he didn't have nothing. Oh, you talking about the long time ago or after he went crazy?
This year or something.
After his page got took down and everything.
Yeah, he came over. Him and Sonetta patched it up. And he had to sit down.
Yeah, that show was hella weak too. That was a weak.
Yeah, so you forgot all about it.
Hey, Jabari them right up. Jabari.
He used to be, he used to be somewhat respectable back in the day, but you can see the information has moved so far past him that with the stuff that he was saying, it just sounded crazy.
And he started focusing on Islam. That's when he had a problem, bro. When he started focusing on and started attacking other people's, bro, that's when he had a problem, bro.
Yeah, well, the Muslims had stepped to them, so they tried to slow down a bit. But let me share my screen real quick. I want to do something real quick.
This almost like an end of year review.
If you don't mind, yeah.
Like you know what I'm saying, or like everything didn't happen.
But we could go through it.
Yeah,
so y'all see this right here? This is Jcat Joke's work, and this is not even the full list. I'm just going to give you his short list real quick. Here you have the Egyptian words. Here you have the Senegal words. They mean the same thing, but this is how close they are. He's got it's a long list, right? So you have Atum, you have Atu, you have Sekhmet, you have Sek, you have Keti, you have Keti, Kaaba, Keba, and Kebi, and Tef, Enta, Fari, the pharaoh, Fari, title of the emperor, Mary, Saba, Saba, Senegalese, and Wallop, basically. Kare, same thing. Bara, Bari, Ramses, Riama, Rama, Bakari, Bakari. And as you go through the whole list of Senegalese words, you're going to find them so similar, you're going to think it's Coptic, but it's not. It's Wolof.
They said
So
he made, hold up,
the
so
cats
they
be
said he
fronting
made
like
this up.
West Africa
Remember they
ain't
said
the
he made this up?
location. Huh?
Didn't they say he made this up?
No, you didn't make this up. This is
I'm
the
just saying
fact.
that's what the
right.
detractors
Yeah,
said.
the facts. This is
Yeah.
this is cats who don't speak Wolof who try to say something dumb
Right,
like that.
exactly.
There's a whole list of
That brother,
words
that brother
that you're
speak
not
on
gonna
that.
get away with because they in the Wolof. So if they in the Wolof like that, and you turning around and saying, "Oh no, it's not. It can't be this," then why are these words over here in West Africa? Why do we when the Muslims came, they used the old Egyptian route. They attest to it themselves, as well as Sinra Set left his markings when he went over there. Why is there papyrus in Chad? You still can't, you know what I'm saying? There's too many things you can't explain. There's too
Man,
many
bro.
things you can't explain.
Man,
Like,
I was
sit
going
down
through my JED
before we
match.
make change.
Yeah, we got a lot of Chad DNA in us, as African Americans too.
I love when you brothers brought up the Treaty of Bot. That taught me a lot when you told me that. When I got the Treaty of Bot from you brothers. Because I started to use that when I get into not confrontations, but when I would approach or come across Arab brothers that was acting like they was enlightening me on something. And I would tell them, you owe me something because of the Treaty of Bot. Not the law, but the Treaty of Bot. You owe me something. I always bring that up when I talk to them.
What's the significance of it? What do they owe?
Well, if we had to give,
Because see, if I was a Muslim, that's what I would ask. So
if my people had to give 365 or 360 Africans every year for 1,000 years, you owe me something.
That's kind of like, that's war.
You know how many souls that is?
Yeah, that's part of war though. So
you owe me.
Gonna get you. Only way you're gonna get that back is in blood,
brother. I'm gonna tell you now.
You don't really expect somebody to give you something back if they're your enemy. That's just me though.
I'm just saying. I'm not trying to promote anything.
Yeah, I'm just telling the truth though. Like if you know somebody's your natural enemy, like I'm talking about, just use you personally as an example. If you got an enemy that stay around the corner or whatever, you're not asking him to give you nothing back if he took something from you. You know how you're gonna have to get that back, don't you?
Yes, I already know that.
You see what I'm saying though? So we ain't got to, we can go without saying, but that's what that is, bro. You ain't expecting them to give us, I don't expect none of them to give us. Everything that has happened to us, I expected once I learned what happened. You know what I'm saying? To learn your history at the age of 36 or something like that, that lets you know that they did that on purpose.
Yeah.
For you have to go outside of the school system to learn about yourself, lets you know that they done this on purpose.
Yes, yes, Brother James.
Like, so you would treat yourself, if you knew who you are, that's why it's important. If we knew the value of ourselves, I think that we would treat ourselves better.
I'm not trying to.
You don't know who you are, and I'm using this from my own personal experience, what I was dealing with.
Yeah,
I didn't know, I was lost in who I was, so I didn't have value for myself or for our people. But once I learned everything about the history of us and you know how great we was, and listen, and you know a lot of people discard like the Dr. Clarks and Dr. Benz and you know the people that got us here. You know what I'm saying? Like, the Theophilo Bangers, they discarded, and it's very disappointing. It's like disturbing to me, and that's why I even started coming on these platforms, because I started to hear this undertone happening, specifically when the pseudo killers came out. They started to attack the elders in a way that I had never seen or even thought that could happen. So now they've discarded them and said that all of their information is not of value, yet they can use Darwin.
Gotcha.
You see what I'm saying? So we got to be careful of who we let, you know, have these microphones in front of our people.
You know what? And you know, I understand exactly what you're saying, brother, because before that, I was told about somebody with a bigger name than me, who had a bigger movement. When these people would come into the neighborhood, he would extort them every time because he knew the history. He would extort them every time they came. And from everything that I've gathered that they've been riding our backs throughout history. And then for me to learn that they also, sold us and was the last to come into power in that area and then sell us. And then for me to later on see them then connive and sell to me in stores and things like that, I ain't gonna lie to you, brother. I ain't gonna lie, I don't throw it around. But if I have a confrontation with them, I say, I ain't forgot about the Treaty of Bot. I owe you something.
Right.
So I apologize, I apologize for my people and not trying to put us all in harm's way. But me personally, when I, have a confrontation with one of them, I say, I have not forgot about the Treaty of Bot. I owe you something.
Right. Yeah, that's a great context to put it in. They don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So, I with me knowing that information and then me moving around like I move around and then me seeing how everything unfolding, I'm already knowing that we supposed to be heavenly united. We supposed to be heavily into government contracting. We supposed to be heavily into most definitely owning and doing everything in our community. So I understand that now.
Yeah, but you know what? Just check this out. But the three of us, as far as I could speak of, is me, Asar, and Brother Smash. We've been around this community, as far as the internet presence, for at least about 12 years, right?
Gotcha.
Looking at the way this is going, it's not coming together. It's really fragmented. It's getting more separation if you just really paying attention, because when at the nucleus of it, we were all together.
Yes.
Now everybody is really seemingly, they say that they're evolving and coming to something, the correct information, but it's obvious that they're devolving, right? Back into their old thought process of maybe some of them being Christians, some of them being 5%ers, and going back into what they were, because at one time we had this stuff captivated based on the Nile Valley origins of our community. Now it's people want to champion that Jesus was real, or atheism. We don't need anything. So we're fighting we're fighting amongst ourselves from a fragmented standpoint. So we need to figure out what we're gonna do to have a nucleus. Some people try to say cultural continuity, but then they discard the culture and say that these people aren't Black Africans. So you got to listen to these people very carefully as they morph, or I say devolve into who they are today. Because it's really amazing if you would pay a tape of some of these people 5 and 10 years ago.
I'm paying attention, Brother James. I'm paying attention, brother. But not to like push back and nothing like that, but me personally, what I've been seeing is, to me, it looked like the Black community is coming into a more positive space. To me, because where I'm at, and even personally, cause man, bro, I used to be on that time.
Right.
But I got off that time. And what I've learned was I have been killing myself and killing everybody else around me.
Right.
And so I'm like, okay, let me pick off where we left off at. And what I see is increments of the 70s and the 60s slowly but for surely coming back in. Everybody having their own different belief system, but at the same time, we all have the same goal. We trying to get motherfuckers foot off our neck.
Correct.
That's what I see as far as us as a community right now. I see us in a different space. I can still hear the radio still play. I still hear them promoting the bullshit.
Right.
Excuse me. I still see you know, the movies or whatever. I see our brothers and sisters, they still trying to make a way for themselves. I see that. But I also see a positive light. I don't see us all clinging to that negative light.
Right.
I don't see that. I see more dreadlocks than I see bald heads. Real talk.
You.
I see more dreadlocks than I see bald heads. I see more natural living than I see trying to run to the doctor. I see more of that. After the pandemic, though, I see more of that. And I think we have made some type of progress, but I think the center of that, what we talking to, like us all being like on the same accord, the center of that is still kind of mixed up.
Yeah, so okay, bang. So what do we use to bring some type of and see, this is what's crazy. What is everybody else using to pull their particular groups together? What do they use? What's going on?
I think they're using that day-to-day.
Hold on, let us all get in here real quick. What did you say?
Pardon me.
Oh, you good, family? They just basically do business with each other, which is all it's about. Because when you talk about, do they get along? No, you see Russia and Ukraine beefing right now.
Mm-hmm.
You got China and Japan. They never gonna get along, ever. You got Arab countries scrapping each other right now.
Turkey just shot some missiles at Iran or Iraq yesterday.
Well, they got beef,
and Syria.
Oh, they sending it up.
Yeah,
they sent some missiles on yesterday.
Yeah,
they might start a war. That might be another war in the Middle East outside of what's going on in Gaza.
And they ain't never stopped tripping with each other. The thing is
tribalism.
Yeah,
within the same set.
Right. We emphasize on it too much. But listen, we emphasize on it too much, like, oh, we can't, God. So when something happened, you think it's the worst thing ever. But you ain't no different than them over there or over here or any of it. You got Europeans over here who got beef with each other. So you need to just simply learn to do economics with yourself. Not only that, but start setting up stores where you have a little Africa. So you can actually go to Little Africa shop, and we have that.
They're doing that. They have some type of cultural identity.
You don't have no issues. Because now, if somebody disrespect you, you can employ yourself, you can shop with yourself, you can start spending this money with yourself. It's no issue. And it doesn't mean you got to be racial. It means that when you give other people money, they clearly haven't been looking out for your benefit. So now you're just shopping with each other. That's all.
Basically.
Right. But they're already doing this though.
Yeah, but we need to. That's remember that was the solution.
So those are the type of conversations we need to push forward. Like, what do we see in the problems that we have, and how we can push them forward to try to, because I see like some of the mistakes that we made from say our era, from say late 80s into the present. That's when we become responsible for
I was born 86, not to cut you off. I was born 86.
Okay, yeah. See, I had a son in 88.
Yeah, we 70s.
Yo, that's crazy.
Like both of you.
Yeah, I had my son born in 88. But yeah.
But look at this here, right? So, because the question always comes up, well, what's the difference between the white and the Negro? What is this? So Sheikh Antijoke also did this. And for some reason, they missed this part as well. This is why I really want Castic, just come get in the ring. It says, according to Sheikh Antijoke, the examination of the bone remains and mummies show that we are dealing with Negroes. It's concerning the ancient Egyptians. I affirm that the skulls from the most ancient epochs and the mummies from the dynastic epoch differ in no respect from the anthropological characteristics of the two Negro races existing on Earth. There's two. The straight-haired Dravidian, which would be like those
Southern Indians
that are really dark
Polynesians,
and the woolly-haired Negro. That's us, you, me. And later, when we scientifically cleanse the skin of the mummies, the epidurals appear pigmented exactly like that of all other African blacks. I add that at the present time, there are infallible scientific procedures ultraviolet rays, for example, to determine the amount of melanin in pigmentation. Here goes the coup de grace. Now, the difference between a white and a black in the respect is the fact that the white organism secretes enzymes which absorb the melanin. The Negro organism does not secrete any enzymes. The same is true of the ancient Egyptians. That is why invariably from prehistory to the Ptolemaic epoch, so you can tell the difference between the Ptolemaic era and the dynastic period, the Egyptian mummy has remained Negro. In other words, throughout Egyptian history, the skin as well as the bone structure of all Egyptians of all social classes from pharaoh to fella has remained the authentic Negroes. Now, no one pulls this out. I don't know why, because all we've been hearing lately is, no, see, everything is human. Yes, it's all human, but they're saying what's black, what's white, how did we get an Indo-European if it's not scientific, right? So ultraviolet rays will show the difference. Why? Because one absorbs the melanin enzymes and the other does not.
Asar, just to clear something up with me, brother. Now, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at what you brothers are showing on here, and I see, hold on, I'm going to show you what caught my eye. The Negro organisms does not secrete any enzymes. The same is true of the ancient Egyptians.
Correct.
That is why invariably from prehistoric to the Ptolemaic epoch, man, brother, like, so hold on now, because
hold on, let me zoom in on it.
Hold on, brother.
So peep this out. So what is this? Is still UNESCO? Hold up, is this still UNESCO? You sharing right here?
Nah, this is Jcat directly. He's telling you how the results.
I'm talking about the source book. What the source book of this is?
Oh, this is ancient Egyptian Black civilization, right? African.
The origins of African civilization.
Yeah.
So
okay.
So when I see
they don't read these books, they claim they read these
books.
Well,
what they've done is they've discarded these books and said that he don't know what the hell he's talking about.
I bet they did. I bet you they tried to run it out.
That's why if you can pay you just like you said, they haven't read it, and they say that what's going on is that everybody that's African, or they demonize the term Afrocentric, don't know what they're talking about. That is the full swoop to discard anything that we say is Africans and is coming from African people.
So when we see Ptolemaic, are we talking about Macedonians? Are we talking about Greeks? Are we talking about Europeans when we see Ptolemaic? Or are we talking about us?
Eurasians? Yes.
All right, cool. All right, cool.
You talking about some that came over.
I'm good.
And
yep.
Right in that area, we could tell the
difference. Hold up, before I got on here, Smash had played something from the scientist. What is his name? The brother, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh yeah.
Okay, bang.
My brother Neil.
Now what he said is what I've been saying the whole damn time.
Yeah.
Do you know that? I've been telling people, I mean, because I understand the them don't know what indigenous means. When anytime that you can say that the people that the Arabs that's there today are indigenous to Africa, you have just identified to me that you don't know what indigenous Africans are. See how this works? It's that simple. See, when you speak and somebody knows something, and you're saying something that's false, you have to know what. See, that's just like saying, so the indigenous. So who are the indigenous Indians in America, in the North America? Who are they? Could the Europeans be considered indigenous Indians in North America? When they came here later on.
Hell no. The link. Due diligence said he want to get in here. But
okay, well. I'm waiting. I mean, I'm pretty sure. Well, what he can't find the link or something?
Nah, because it'd be disappearing.
So we need Smash to get on the link job. If you hear us, put the link in the chat, Smash.
Now,
but yeah, the indigenous,
brother,
the indigenous
Oh,
North
it's up
America.
here. It's still up here,
Brother
y'all.
James and Brother Asar, let me ask y'all a
We
question.
can simplify this, what I'm saying.
Let me ask y'all a question, brothers. I don't want. Let me ask y'all before y'all go. Before y'all go ahead, let me ask y'all this. So, what is the story behind? They came before Columbus, jet black, and they had gold spears. Who is that? Are they talking about Tahesi?
I don't know with and I talked to his wife right before he
Who
died.
said that?
Supposed to talk. Our brother Ivan Van Sertima. I was supposed to speak.
So that's the source of that
passed
claim
away.
right there. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
So
Yes.
before him,
he did
nobody
research.
can find the source of Columbus saying this.
No, not Columbus. The
Columbus
indigenous
didn't say it. He was over there researching in Mexico. And in Mexico, he had claimed the Olmecs were African people.
Correct.
I don't know if he's right or wrong, but I've always just given credence to the Latinos. But I don't doubt if we were over here because, and I keep asking around, there's a Maasai Mexican celebration. They've been doing it for a while.
And
I don't know why, but I'm trying to find out why and how it got started. If anyone knows, let me know. Because
let me put a genetic how some people are saying, and they're saying that he's pseudo because he's postulating lookership in 1970 when there's no genetic evidence at the time, right? So that's the only thing that the man had to go on. So if you were to look at what you're looking at, you would postulate that they're probably phenotypically African based on what you see. They have braids in the back of their of those skulls. You know what I'm saying? So he's using all of that to make his what he may think. Now in 2023 or basically 2024, they have a genetic argument that may be more clear, and they're saying that the Polynesians may have gotten to South America before anybody. Now we look at the Polynesian; they're of African phenotypical features, right? And we know that they're sea-bearing people probably before most humans on the planet. How did they get to the Polynesian Islands? How did they get to the Hawaiian Islands in the Pacific? They were there before the Europeans.
How did the Black clan that they just found over there get over there? And they killed the preacher dude who came over there that thought he was going. They kill everybody who go over there that ain't from there. And we can see them. We know they're there. We know they haven't been touched because the scientist says no one can venture over there and they ain't been touched, but they've been there. So the question is, the link is invalid due diligence. Let me see. Are you the host, James?
I'm the host, but I don't have no link.
See if you can share that link. It's up top. It's still up there with Smash. Go up some due diligence. It's still up there.
The Hawaiians.
Let me go look and see if I can find
the people in Hawaii, their oldest god, the Hawaiians, their oldest god is black. The oldest god is black from African in Hawaii. The oldest god is black. That's what's really crazy to me. Like the oldest god that they honor is black. And when you look at them, they don't I don't know his name. I'm not gonna lie. I do not know his name.
I don't remember what is it? What is the Hawaiian Garfleid or
Hawaiian oldest god is black.
I don't even know if that's
I'm talking about divinely black. And they honor him. And when I look at those people, and then I look at my brothers and sisters from Guatemala, I'm like, these are the same goddamn people.
Well, you're human, so we can't, without question.
Look, I may be wrong, but these look like the same people. Not even if I sound racist, please excuse me. Please pardon my body. But when you look at the Guatemalans and you look at the Hawaiians, it look like the same people. It looked like white folks went out and conquered black land.
They could be Asiatic though, like.
Yo, I think I put the same link you put out in there on my source.
That's what it looked like to me.
Still can't get in?
I don't know if you can get in, but nobody's showing up. Let me look and see if I'm true.
To me,
yeah, nobody's trying to hit no link. So evidently he can't. Hey, Smash, if you can hear us, could you put the link in when you get time? Well, okay, go ahead.
That old link is there. I don't know if it's working.
In every land where there was African people at. And that's why we have a white version of every race. To me, that's what it looked like. It looked like white folks went and impregnated they seed in every black nation around the world. And that's why we have a light-skinned version of all Africans, of every phenotype.
Because you're gonna get lighter shades in Africans without even having an outer culture to do that. You don't need another faction to do that. When we look at especially those in New Guinea, when they and they grow the natural blonde hair. You're talking about jet black people with blonde hair. So when you start to get that and they start to produce children that almost look like they're from a different culture, I would attribute it more to that. Now, of course, there's mixtures, but before you get any mixtures, you just got Africans, and they create other cultures as we get lighter skin to whatever. So we're all humans. We don't, we love everybody at the end of the day.
Yes, brother. Yes.
It doesn't mean that, and this is why when they be like, see, the E1B1 would exclude. No, it means that an African created your clan. That's what that means. It means those Ethiopians are responsible for some of you Europeans. Such and such is responsible for some of you Asiatics, the Khoi. So-and-so is responsible for creating so. But we haven't got that far genetically and science ready to admit that.
So I was about to say, brother.
Usually we're talking about
everybody
community we have.
And find this out real quick.
What are you saying? As a community, we're not scientifically ready. Is that what you're saying?
I would say as a people,
as a human species. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the way we are right now is different than how, like, the Greeks had no problem saying, well, it's obvious the Africans are first. You can find that all through their literature, right? But when it comes to now, to get somebody from European descent to say, yeah, we descended from black people, and that's a very difficult thing to do.
Aliens. Now see, so that's why they say that Diop is wrong. That's the illiteracy of the people that make that argument. In that time, they were not going to agree. That's why he took his ass to the conference, because they were saying we didn't even have a chance to have a voice in saying who did what. That was one of the first times that we got a chance to voice what we thought about the matter. You know what I'm saying? So, and out of that conference came compromise. It was no longer the standard after that conference that they were purely a non-African civilization. They compromised and said that it was a mixed civilization coming out of the conference. Is that not what happened?
Correct.
So the people that wanted to hold on to that stance today, that okay, so somebody got in. Mr. Rich got in, so he hit the right link.
Yeah, go up top and click that link. It's still there.
Yeah, I don't know. Mr. Rich will tell us how he got in. But yeah, so that just goes to say that, with dealing with that, I don't understand why we still having such a hard time, just using chronology, even in the little carrier situation, using L and Ball and all of that. It shows that somebody had a God before Yahweh even came about. Let's use L and Ball. You know what I'm saying? We don't even got to go back to Assault. We'll stop right there and say this, because the story is the man created the sun, the moon, the stars, and everything. It starts right there. And without that, we ain't here.
Preach.
Am I tripping?
No, you ain't tripping.
Without the word, how we gonna be here? So they told us that's the beginning of everything. Why would Africans adhere to anything if they ain't saying that?
Facts.
So to find out 1,200 to 1,500 years that Africans created writing or a writing system of our own, if they want to argue that, but we created one of the first writing systems, and it had a creation story that predates it by 1,000 years.
That tell me we the
There's
truth.
no need to even argue with somebody.
Yeah.
That comes 1,000 to 1,200 years later talking about they created a God system when the God system was already in play. They created a heaven and hell when we had a duat, or if you're gonna get ate up by what is her name, Asar? Who
A pit.
A pit. You gonna get
Amit, my bad.
You gonna get ate up by Amit. That's some treacherous shit to happen to somebody. Who wants that to happen? Just like who wants to go to hell? So they giving you some bad stuff gonna happen, and then you're gonna have some good stuff to happen if you live a certain way, which is by Ma'at's law. And it's just morality. You gotta live a moral just life, and that's the same. They say that's a moral code for them to live a just life. Same thing with the African story. Ma'at is a way for you to live a just and righteous life. It just predates your story by about 1,200 years. Sorry.
Yeah.
How simple that is. I don't give a damn what carriers say. I don't care what nobody say. I'm going with chronology. Dr. Clark and them told us this. And as far as a standard, Dr. Clark and them told us that we have to use sources. Dr. Clark and them set that standard.
He right.
That's who set the standard, but they want to get rid of Dr. Clark and them. But Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben them, if it ain't got no sources, we can't verify.
You already know it.
So how do carrier come into a debate without showing no sources?
Especially,
we already know that Dr. Clark and them set the standard.
It's in my book. It's in my book, James. If you just read my book, you'll find out
Dr. Clark
all
and them
this that I'm saying is true.
The ancestors and already gave us, so you can't come in here and do that. The ancestors and already set a standard. Can't do that.
Nah.
Dr. Clark and them ain't finna let you come through here and do nothing like that.
Well, James, did you read my book?
Book. But see, now watch this. Even if in his book, he would have to source the same stuff that Dr. Clark and them went and looked at.
Watch this.
You're going to have to go back and have a source from the time period to be able to say it's a source.
The source of the
source. Watch this. Like, you have to be really dumb to listen. That's why I'd be like, you have to be really dumb to listen to some people's argument. Like, some people don't even need to be on the mic no more.
Hold up, though. Jabari has his book, and he said there's about 4 sentences in the book about ancient Egypt.
That's facts.
So what good was it going to do him in the debate in the first place? He already admits when it starts, he is not an expert in that field. He's an expert in the Hellenistic time frame, which is after.
You know what? I'm not even mad at
the dynastic period. It's after the Ptolemaic period. It's after the Persian period. So how is he trying to quote the Persians if you studied Hellenistic information? I'm going to trust the historian who graduated from Cornell and has been there and does work as well in the field.
Yes,
I trust you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, watch this. I'm going to show you how bad it is. Let me show you all the difference between honesty and dishonesty on the screen. This is our brother Theodore Secoulis. This is Theodore Secoulis. Watch what he says. For all of these, no, if so-and-so came over, so-and-so see the migration. It says right here, for from earliest times until Ptolemy, who was called Philadelphus, not only did no Greeks ever cross over into Ethiopia, but none ascended even as far as the boundaries of Egypt. To such an extent where all these regions inhospitable to foreigners and altogether dangerous.
Exactly.
But after this king had made an expedition into Ethiopia with an army of Greeks, being the first to do so,
They were scared to go across the block?
The facts about the country from that time forth have been more accurately learned. So look, from the earliest time until Ptolemy, who was called Philadelphus, not only did no Greeks ever cross over into Ethiopia, but none ascended even as far as the boundaries of Egypt. So stop lying to us, because I'll ask the Greek, and the Greeks will keep it a buck, homie. The Greeks will keep it a buck, homie.
They thought they was going to get dumped out if they came on the block.
That's the way you do it. But check this out. I got a video of this guy. I think his name is Bonzini or something like that. The guy that discovered Abu Simbel. You know,
rich due diligence. Let Brother James go in real quick.
The brother who discovered Abu Simbel, right? Do you know that the first time Europeans discovered Abu Simbel was in the 1800s? That was the first time they had ever been that far south, down the Nile, when they discovered Abu Simbel. What you see, you know they discovered everything, right? When they discovered it, it was in the 1800s. It was like 1860s, 1870s.
I got you, James. I'm with you.
Do you understand that?
I'm with you.
They had never seen it until the 1800s. They never laid eyes on it. When they got on it, it was full of sand. They had to dig it out.
Yeah.
You know, they later on had to move it when they built the Aswan Dam. But to know that these people never laid eyes on that temple, and you know, to
Johnny come latelys. Yeah,
they just got there. They wasn't in the interior Africa like that, just like you saying. But go ahead, due diligence. Peace there, peace, due diligence, and peace to Brother Rich.
Peace. Hope everybody doing all right.
Yeah, everything good. Peace.
I don't know what the hell going on with my tablet, man. It wouldn't let me get on through my tablet. I jumped on right on through my phone. So I don't know. I guess it's just my electronics is tripping out. But yeah, I was just gonna comment on the Diop thing because you know I'll be seeing them other guys trying to throw out Diop and they just I don't know. And you made a good point, James, because they always asking what Diop's premise is, and that his premise was he was trying to establish that, you know, that the pharaohs were of Black, African, or Negro descent or whatever. But like you said, it's not really Diop's position. His position is in response, like you said, to the Europeans and maybe even the Arabs trying to say that they was of a different type of people. And then the test that he did prove that they were, quote unquote, quote, of a Negro so-called stock or Black people or African people, right? And I don't understand why the other guys can't do that because they don't want to deal with the verbiage, but they understand what the conversation in reality is. You know what I mean? So let's say we don't want to use the terminology Black as a race or Negro as a race, but that's beside the point. We're trying to prove that they were more like us than opposed to them, Caucasoid or white, European. Right?
Right.
Ain't that what the argument is?
Say that last part again about them being.
You cutting out because y'all talking at the same time. Okay. What was the question?
Well, I was saying, say that last part one more time.
I said Diop's position was in response to the Europeans trying to say that they were not of a Black race or African race or a Negroid race, right?
Yep.
And then it's in response to their position. And I don't understand why the other guys can't accept that whenever he did that test, it shows that they were of a dark melanated people, which excludes the Caucasian, the European, whatever you want to call them. So they like, well, you know what I'm saying? So they'll jump back on them. They try to say Diop is wrong because there is no Negroid race, but that's besides the point. The point is we trying to see who these people are akin to more directly to. Is it more people like us or more people like them? The Caucasian so-called race or the Black so-called race? And with his test, I think that he proved that. I don't understand.
Well, here's the thing, though, due diligence. Number one, that's a Black scholar, Okay, so we don't trust them. Number two, did you read Richard Carrier's book? You didn't read his book. You need to
Preach,
Man,
preach, preach.
we not trusting no black scholars, and you need to read Richard Carrier's book is the answer to everything. I'm gonna
What's
need y'all to
up?
go back to the drawing board trying to disrespect Jabari and black scholars. Y'all need to sit down. Don't ever quote Dr. Ben again. Don't ever quote Sheikh Anti-Joke. Don't let me hear you talking about Sadu Keita. Don't let me hear you talking about
Shooting all
nobody
that down
who got melanin in their skin and you
on
trying
the
to
rig.
quote them.
On
Since
the
it's a
rig.
mob.
Crazy.
We shoot
What
all
else?
that.
We see you, baby.
Hey, what's up? This Tizo, man. How y'all doing? Peace for the fam, bro.
Peace.
Please,
Yeah. I'm just chiming in real quick, like, man. I just was talking about the debate. I want to just chime in on that real quick, like, some of the things y'all said earlier. About the unity. I think you're right, Pan African, James. We're devolving, bro, because I'm trying to explain this the best way I can. Ancient Egypt was the Kemet was the first one, so we have no other way to go back. When you start talking about when you start going back to West Africa, that's a dicey game to play, because when it was Sahara, when Sahara dried up, when it deforested, people left that area. My friend is from Nigeria, bro. He told me nobody goes to the jungle. That was like a no-no. Sorry about that. I'm on a breathing machine, bro. I got messed up in the military. So what I'm saying is that they keep talking about weird out. I heard Garfield, he just went off, calling everybody Egyptian maniacs. He does this, and it seems like, bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think these dudes are being paid off, bro, because I think they're working with them. They get money from a group.
You got agents over there.
Now, I'm not saying they're agents. No, we're not agents. No, if they were agents, it'd be a whole different. We'll be talking about a whole different
paid
thing.
off, you were agent.
Yeah, I feel what y'all saying, but for me, it's like you being sponsored, like you a lobbyist for another group. Like you got to put this information out there because it's like he's going back to the Christianity. It's like just like James said, he's going back to Christianity. He went from Islam, now he's going back to Christianity, and it doesn't make any sense to say that they wasn't black. It's stupid. This is a stupid argument. You can look at the artifacts. The artifacts are important. The statues, the metadata, that stuff is important. That's how.
Hold on, Tizu. Let me explain how you write. See, the monetization of YouTube. We have more Christians in this country than we have people that's dealing with Nile Valley information or dealing with Islamic information, right? From our people, right?
Right.
So to attack that, you get support from those people, right?
Exactly.
So based on the monetization, anybody that's against Kemet, they pro Garfield.
Right. Exactly.
So therefore, you get support on the monetization side, and therefore that fuels your reasoning for going against it. Because logically, we listening to this. We're not illiterate. These people are illiterate based on the information that they're talking about. So we can't be acting like we confused when we hear people that's confused talking. You see what I'm saying?
Jay, I want to ask you one other question. Is it Gozi? Is he a Muslim? Because he made a statement that he goes to the mosque. So I know this for a fact.
Oh no,
he's not.
Yeah, brother.
Is he a Muslim?
Yeah.
Yes, based on what he says.
He's Sufi, right? He's saying the word Sufi, right?
Oh, I ain't drawing off none of that.
But this is the point I'm not going. I don't want to get on the Gozi.
Yeah, let's not get on nobody's religion.
Right. It's what I'm saying is this. This is what I'm saying about religion, because I'm on the atheist side. But the reason why I'm on the atheist side, because I was in the 5% nation, and I had to go through a journey. I was in a militant group. We was about armed struggle. So I come from the Pan-African socialism side. So I come from a different side. And when I say socialism, don't everybody gets panicky, in socialism, you have to have money. It's still money, because consumerism is a basic need for all humans. That's how our economy is based off of socialism. Every economy has consumerism. Without consumerism, you have no economy. It's just common sense. So, but what I'm saying is the Muslims are trying to say that they are the original people, the Arabs. The Arabs are going about saying they are the original people, right? But you got to understand something, guys. You got to understand something.
They still say in the Quran that the first person was made from black mud. They
right.
Degrade
them the Greeks,
disrespecting
the Arabs are the Greeks. I'm sorry,
yeah,
brothers.
but I don't know. The Greeks and the Romans. Professor Small said that the Greeks and the Romans never left, and you got to remember the barbarian tribes that came in. That's just a mixture of Africans. That was in Africans, Greek and Roman. Well, African women, because they were raping the women that were staying there. See, people keep forgetting that part. We'll leave it on a lot
of nation over here to take over guys.
We said that time and time again. We said all of those things time and time again.
I know. But
we have read the same thing. How can you read the same thing, right? What the author is saying, what the scholar is saying, and then they come up with something different. Now it's crazy because I think it's just that brothers in too deep. You know what I'm saying? You ever see the movie when he's in too deep? It's like they gotta protect their whole world view. Like for someone to say, this guy is full of shit, this other guy is full of shit. He know everything, this and that. That shit is crazy.
Right.
You feel me?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Everybody, he discredits everybody, but he don't have a laugh, one laugh, do any kind of test or study or anything. But everybody else is full of shit.
Yeah, and then they said.
So we have this type of egotism, man. I mean, and you know what I'm saying? Like golf is like, you know, when you always say the Arab invasion, why is he always saying that it wasn't an invasion? We all know it was.
It's on the History Channel. I just saw it on the History Channel.
Islam invasion. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir, brother.
It was on the History Channel. It's on the History Channel. The invasions, the Arab invasions.
And bro, they've been there for like 700, 900 years, bro. We already know. We already know that the ones that was selling us, bro. The Europeans was the ones buying us. So
and the Sphinx was buried in sand. The Sphinx was buried in sand. When the Arabs got there, it was buried. Bro. Even when Napoleon got there, it was buried in the sand. It was.
They found this. And hold on. Do y'all brothers know they found the Sphinx in Israel? Do y'all know that?
What Sphinx?
They found another.
Oh, you said a Sphinx.
A Sphinx in Israel.
Okay. I thought you said.
We don't.
I was going to say, man, that's.
But the Levant was populated. The Levant was conquered by Egypt, right? The Levant was conquered by Kemet. Kabish had a colony in the Levant. Are we missing that part?
And brother Ashwa Kwesi already told us that we rule both sides.
Right.
History
both sides.
History tell you that. I mean, they say that on this. Bro, this stuff is.
But it's an expansion and then a retraction.
But James, the other period. James, the other point I want to make to you, and James, I want to make one point to you. They also said that because I have to get off in a few minutes because I'm still doing this breathing crap. But the one other point they're missing is that the Islamic people that are there, my friend told me, because my friend was in the Navy, he went over there. And he said it's nothing holy about Israel. He said that shit is a wasteland. He said he was buying prostitutes. It's crazy, man, because he said everybody look like DJ Khaled, and the ones who don't look like DJ Khaled, they look like us. They look like Americans, Black Americans, people from Sudan and Ethiopia. And he said that one thing he did realize was that the Arabs over there are very worried that the Africans are going to one day rise up. They're really scared of that guy for Niger. I don't know if you guys heard about him. He overthrew the French. He took the French out of power. They're scared of him. They're thinking that the Africans are going to rise up and just take that land. But I'm going to tell y'all one thing, and I'm going to tell you this right now, James. If the Middle East goes through this great war that we're about to have, this White War 3 or whatever we want to call it, World War 3, well, World War 1 really because this will be the first war where everybody of different races fight each other.
Yes, brother.
What will happen is that area will be abandoned from climate change, war, whatever. They won't even talk about Egypt no more. You won't hear nobody talking about ancient Egypt.
They outnumbered.
But not only that, they will stop talking about it because it's nothing. They won't be there anymore. They'll be like, well, we were the people from Ethiopia, or we the people from Nigeria. I'm telling you what they're going to do. They're going to leave that. They're going to abandon the area, and it's not going to be any money for them to get for you going on tours to Egypt. I'm telling you.
the two deepest, the two deepest populations is the Asian and the African population on the globe, on the planet. On the planet, the two deepest populations is the Asians and the Africans, bro.
And I agree with you.
Threats.
And I agree with you. But the problem with that is, bro, they have nowhere to go after this war. They will be refugees, and they're gonna run to Africa looking for help. You mark my word. They always do this shit. They're gonna go to Asia and they're gonna go to Africa looking for help. They always do this. They do it every time when they shit get messed up.
Fall suit. Because of Islam, Africa might fall suit.
Yeah, that's true. But there's a lot of anti-Africans, it's a lot of anti-Muslim and Christian going on in certain countries in Africa right now. There's a lot of hate toward them. And that guy for Niger, I don't know. I think the guy was
in Nigeria. You got a lot of cats rising up with Ifa. You got a lot of cats rising with Fudan again. They like, what's up? Because they know what it is. And don't think that
I wonder how much does the internet play a role?
I don't know if it's gonna go that deep, but they remember. But you know, it's about it's about respect and how much you value other people's currency, especially when they don't value yours. So you gotta think.
What's going on in Niger, Mali, all of those countries that have just broken away from France?
Right.
That is very interesting. But let's let brother Reggie get in. He just came in to the platform. So peace, brother Reggie.
I just hope it's not an Islamic revolution.
No, it's not that. It don't look
Nah.
like it's that.
Ibrahim, the guy who overtaken Niger, he is not on that Islamic type shit.
No, he's not on that, bro. He went poo right now. So.
Definitely a lot of war going on right now around the world.
Like Bobby. I like the brother Bobby from Ghana. I actually want to ride with the brother Bobby from Ghana. I actually want to ride with him. You understand what I'm saying? I ain't even finna lie with you. I ain't even finna lie to you. I actually want to ride with the brother Bobby because I feel that the brother Bobby and his followers and his people relate more so to us in America. They don't have shit. They don't run shit. They don't own nothing. But they deep as hell.
Like that, yo.
All the countries like that. Body like that. Body is a devil.
Like that, yo.
Yo, body is like this.
You know what I'm saying? All of them.
Yeah, they've been great. They've been
Let's say the Reggie get in real quick. Let him get a
word.
Okay,
hey, I'm chiming out, James. I'm gonna sit back and listen, bro.
All right,
peace to y'all, brother. Okay, peace.
Hey, thank y'all so much for noticing me. I appreciate it. I really appreciate it. I'm responding to the title.
Thank you, Reggie.
I'm responding to the title of the debate, right? Okay, so I have said some things, and I just want to make sure I'm not on a hate train. So what I have said is that Richard Carrier, right? Richard Carrier, he won his argument, right? He lost the debate. He won the argument. He lost the debate, right? If you fact check what Jabari said, right? And you fact check what Richard Carrier says, you will find that Richard Carrier was correct, right? Okay, so okay. You have to create a causal link between ancient Egypt and the story of Jesus, right? What we know about 1st and 2nd century Jesus. The way it looks is that people believe that Jesus was a historical figure. Even if he wasn't a historical figure, right? The people in the 1st century created the story. You say you can't say no to me. Who said no?
Nobody said no. Come on, Reg. He said
right?
He didn't say no.
Okay. Let's say I'm not gonna say I know for sure, right? and that doesn't harm my argument, right? Because there's a difference between what Richard Carrier says, imperial Christianity, Roman Christianity, and the people's Christianity, right? There's a difference between the Gospels and Paulinian Christianity. There's a difference between the Nazarites, right, and Paul. There were, and there's a difference between Messianic Hebrews, right, and the rest, right? Because they always believe that there's going to be someone that's going to reunite Israel. Okay, where Jabari's issue is, Jabari again argued that a goddess is a virgin.
He was wrong there.
Argues that a
I said he
goddess,
was wrong there too. I was like, that ain't that.
a goddess with all the supernatural powers is a virgin. He forgets that Osar and Aset, which are just titles, but whoever they were in the mythos. Who wants to interrupt me?
Pardon me, Reggie. Pardon me, Reggie. I apologize, brother. But aren't Asar and Aset mythological characters? This is what Jabari always says.
Yeah.
Yes.
But he's talking about the virginity in the story.
Sorry. My bad. I yield.
In the mythos, Asar and Aset were in love in the womb.
Yes.
They were married in the womb.
Yes.
To say that they did not have sex, then you are being an American Christian, right? Where you have to be married and have a ceremony, but Egyptians don't have a marriage ceremony.
Well, they do have. This is the first place we find the ring with Merit and her husband, and we find dowry as well. And they have some ceremonies, but nothing was national. So we also find in the literature that some of them don't go through that process. But we find our first ring with Merit and her husband. And we find another dowry where the girl's family didn't want her to marry the guy, but she loved his sexual prowess. So she was down anyway.
What period?
Well, Merit and her husband are, is it 2000s? Hold on, let me pull it up.
Are we arguing the concept of marriage?
No, we're really arguing the virginity, but I want to make sure that
virginity.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say all of this is ancient Egyptian. Ancient Egypt spans pre-dynastic, Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, New Kingdom, late period, right?
Ka and Merit, not to interrupt you, Tomb TT8.
That's
and
fine.
They have the ring still on display. 1550 to 1069 BC.
Okay, Osar and Aset was, the mythos was before that, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Right. So how does the changing mythos, because many things keep changing in ancient Egypt, right? The mythos keeps changing, right? Pyramid text, coffin text, right? The mythos keeps changing, right?
It evolves.
No. Huh?
No, he said it.
He making sound effects, Reg. He ain't saying no.
Go deeper, Reg.
I got a
Oh,
question
I'm
for you
deep.
after you get done.
Go deep.
I'm deep. There is different gnomes, right? Different, and they all get along in let's say the national, on the king level. But in the gnomes,
bro, please, you throw him off every time you make the sound effects, bro. He think he's saying no. So let him go.
Yeah,
please.
just mute out and then just let him
differently.
do his thing.
Jabari is making an argument that ancient Egypt's mythos did not change, right? That's not true. Then
Is he making that argument?
Yeah, I don't think he's making that argument.
Okay, so I'm gonna prove it to you.
No, hold on. Let me ask the question. So your argument against what he's saying is that what? That they didn't have, they wasn't a virgin, right?
My argument is that they were not a virgin. He is following the Roman Catholic dogma of immaculate conception.
Okay.
That is not part of ancient Egypt.
He's saying he's stuck
okay,
in the
now Reggie, hold on, Reggie. When he today, when he was on the show, him and Garfield got into an argument, and he used the source that said that a set and both her sister Nepet would have an inscription, a motif somewhere that said that they both were not open. Now, what does that mean? Is that fictional? What he's saying?
Okay, so I have to pull up my slide, and then Jabari needs to argue with me on the change of the text, because in the Westcar papyrus, you have one version, right? And then later it's shortened to not opened.
Okay, so, now watch this. But this text that he's talking about, does it predate Mary?
Of course.
No, but you're not understanding what.
See what I'm saying? What does it matter?
No. Because he said he won. You got to listen to what Saber's saying. He's saying that he won the discussion. He didn't win the full war because some of the things that came out would go against some of the things he brought up.
But let me ask Asar and Reggie this. Let me ask you this though, Reg, because I want to kind of like boil it all down, and I don't want to too generalize it, but to me, this is what the argument is. I don't like when we get to arguing the details, because really to me, what we're talking about is principles and archetypes. So the details really don't matter to me, because like you said, the details do change. But the question is, are the general principles the same, the archetypes the same? So this is my question, and this should be the question. So what Jabari is arguing is that a lot are the primary principles, the primary archetypes that make Christianity today were gotten from ancient Kemet. And to me, I don't care whether if it was ancient or modern Kemet, but I see what you're saying. You're saying whenever the Greeks took over, you can't say it was the ancient Kemites. But let's take out the discrepancies of when the Greeks came in, and let's just use the archetypes from the ancient Kemites. So if we just say right there, how much of the Christian doctrine comes from ancient Kemet? Is it enough? Is it enough to argue about to make those arguments that Jabari made?
Okay,
I think so.
Yeah. So
you feel, ain't that what we really at?
He already agreed with that. That's why I say that's not the argument he's saying. He's saying he thinks Jabari won the debate, but he lost something else. That's and when I was telling
the argument.
Yeah, let Reggie lay his argument out. Everybody just mute out until he gets done laying it out, because so we all know for sure.
Okay. The debate was Christianity crafted by Kemetic mythos. Am I wrong?
Correct.
Right.
Okay. That is exclusive. That's an exclusive argument, that it was just ancient Egypt largely that crafted the story of Jesus. All one would have to do with evidence is to say that in that time period of the creation of Jesus, there was a lot of things going on. There was the Messiah, the Jewish Messiah. There was Hellenism. There was Mithra and Zoroastrianism, right? There was the Greek, there was the mystery systems. There was the mystery systems of ancient, that was based on the Greeks in Egypt, which was different than ancient Egypt. Horus does not become the savior until the magical papyrus in the late period. Prior to that, Horus is the avenger of his father's death. Right? You would have to know that, right? So that
part.
That changes.
So let me ask you, Reggie, before you continue. So you saying, if I'm hearing you correctly, you saying the main part of which makes Christianity, and we're gonna just say that the savior part, which is in contention, you saying that part is not ancient Egyptian, and that's the main part that Jabari is arguing for, and he's arguing about the savior and all of that. That comes from Kemet, and you're saying that that's out of the ancient time period, so it wouldn't be. So you saying that argument right there, he loses that part of the argument.
He loses that argument because Horus is not the savior. Now, is Osiris the savior? Okay, that is problematic because Osiris is revived, right? His penis is revived to give a child. Only his penis so he can copulate. That's it. He doesn't come back. He's revived. He goes to the duat. He's revived. His penis is revived just to sire a child in one of the stories.
So
Okay,
hold on, Reggie. God turned into a human after Jesus? Wait a minute, I'm confused.
Hold on, let me ask this question because that's beside the point. So let's say this then. So let's say he lost that part of the contention of the argument, which is the whole debate, really. But so let me make it more broader.
Hey, smooth.
So if I want to make it the more broader, would you say that still, even if they didn't get the savior part of the story of Kemet, do Christianity still have enough principles to say it was basically to say that it took majority of its principles or a lot of its principles from Kemet, even if it don't have the savior story? That's what I'm wondering.
Yes.
No, that's what I'm. Yes, Asar.
Let me do this for you real quick, Saber.
Yes, Reggie
Let me do this real quick. See, this is the part that y'all don't.
Let Reg answer first. So sorry,
I am, but let me show you something real quick so we can kind of cut to the chase. This is what y'all don't know, which me and Saber Reggie already know. So we're gonna go to the story real quick, right? And we'll end it kind of brief. It says right here, come to your house, O Asar, your place where men seek to see you. Hear your plaint of Horus in the arms of his mother Isis. But you are repulsed, being scattered through all the lands. And he who shall reunite your body, he shall inherit your estate. O great God, provide yourself with your shape. Forsake not your house, O Osiris. Come you in peace to your place, O Lord of dread, in whose form is all beauty, O great bull, Lord of passion, as Saber Reggie always tells you, the great bull. Lie with your sister Isis. Remove you the pain which is in her body, that she may embrace you, for you will not forsake her. Place you life on the forehead of the cow. Oh, ho, you are protected. Oh, you who were drowned in the nome of Aphroditopolis, for the evil is at you. It had never been. Your sister comes to you that she may purify your body. Oh, great living God. Oh, well-beloved, who brought yourself up before the face of Upper and Lower Egypt. Adorn yourself, O Lord, adornment. Oh, Mel, you great one, who are master of beauty. Come you to your mother Nut, that she may spread herself over you when you come to her, that she may guard your flesh from all evil, that she may go within her. Blah, 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 blah. They're talking about a child. The child, the Lord who came forth from the lower heaven, right here. He has made the land as it was before. The Lord, the child who came forth from the womb of her womb, whom the gods made pregnant, who opened the west out of due sea, etc., etc. So you can see that virginity in this story has been lost already. It's already lost.
Okay, so if we take
I already agreed to that.
if we take the elements, that's fine. If we take the elements of early Christianity, there was a man, right? He was born of a woman, right? And this man was part God, part human. Part God, part human. Lived on this planet, right? Preached a vision that was Judaic. He came not to change, but to fulfill. He was circumcised on the 8th day, right? He held the law, right? Those are all the tenets of early Christianity before Paul, right? And so he died. How can I say? In early Christianity, he died, whether he died on a cross or a stake. Most in Roman history, most people were staked, right? They weren't put on a cross, they were staked, right? Okay, these are elements. This is part what's happening in so then the problem is okay, Jesus is cut down, but all the other people, Jesus is not really important yet. Pontius Pilate and them, they just ask him, is he the Messiah? That's the thing. Or you the Messiah, or you the anointed one, right? Or you the one who's going to reunite the Hebrews, right? The Pharisee does not believe that he is. Jesus's family doesn't even believe that he is. They think he's crazy. James, his brother, doesn't believe that he's the Messiah, but that's his brother, or in somewhere connected to it. But he didn't necessarily believe that he was the Messiah. There's nowhere in Gethsemane, Jesus now is scared, sweating, right? He asks God, let this cup run away from me, right? He's not in accord with the Father, right? He also says in Luke to his apostles, get swords. He's definitely scared, right? So then Mary Magdalene, she and another woman go to wash his body 3 days later. The purpose of washing your body is so that you don't stink. But he's already dead, bled out, stinking. Blood is everywhere. Washing his body is just completely wrong. They couldn't go to see if they was going to wash it. I mean, to with all the things that they had to stop the stinking, because he was already dead. Just keep the tomb closed. But anyway,
Reggie, did you answer my question? Because I know Asar cut you off when you was about to answer, and I don't want you to go too long, and I'm just trying to get a...
Okay, what is your question?
Oh my goodness. So my question is, let's take out the Savior Messiah deal, because that was the main part of the that was the debate right there, right? So I'm saying, forget that. Let's put that to the side. But what about the rest of the principles and the archetypes of the Bible? Is it so much of it in Christianity that we can say that Christianity still took it from Kemet, like a lot of it?
Answer that. I see. You don't want to listen to me.
I asked you. I literally asked you. Did you answer my question? I didn't hear you.
I answered that
early.
What was the answer? That's what I'm asking you.
Yes.
Okay, let me just calm down. Okay, so let me re-answer this, right? In the Hellenistic period, there are multiple things going on, right?
But you were referring that to Jesus. I'm talking about all the other stuff. You got stuff like commandments, you got stuff like rituals, you got a lot of stuff in Christianity.
The answer, watch this, we're gonna just move on. The answer to your question is no.
See? And Asar was saying,
yes, earlier, yeah.
See? Asar said, no, you said yes. Reggie said no, you cut him off and started reading. So y'all got some contention y'all need to air out right now.
We don't. I have contention. I'm stating what I state. There were.
I know, but I'm saying Asar thinks to the contrary, and I want to see why Asar says yes and you say no. Can we get through that?
Okay, so you okay?
No, let's Saber finish first.
Okay. All right. So no. So let's get to it. Asar, you say that there are that all the elements of ancient Egypt make up the Jesus story. Is that what you're saying?
No, I would say that Christianity, which was the debate title, has enough elements from ancient Egypt that they fit in there for sure.
Okay. Is it exclusive to ancient Egypt?
No.
Okay.
But chronologically, out of all of those civilizations, which one is older?
Okay. Older.
Which one has the most?
Older doesn't fit.
Yeah, it's not older. Which one has the most of its tenets inside of Christianity?
but you're gonna also go with older because see, I'm gonna be real anal with this, right?
It don't matter.
You cannot do an older argument if you can't prove that the people in that region understood ancient Egyptian philosophy.
They don't have to. They understand the Canaanite philosophy at the time that they were around.
They understand, watch this. So they understand jumbled stories.
Yes.
Well, you made my point.
After, watch this. You think people gonna be saying what we saying in 1,500 more years?
Yeah.
You know how long that is?
But James, this is what I want you to understand. It's not necessarily
something gonna get switched up.
It ain't the oldest, it's the amount. Because let's say they got the oldest, but it's only two things.
Okay, but see,
that
when
fall
you
into
look at the amount.
The
principal amount is you got a father, you got a Trinity.
Okay.
I want Reggie to answer it though.
You got a son.
You got Heru. Question. Listen. I actually answered. I answered the question, and you don't like my answer, but my answer is no. That it's not exclusive to ancient Egypt. I don't care about.
Nobody is asking for exclusivity. You keep interjecting that in there. You asked Asar, he said no. I'm saying no. We understand that it's multicultural, but my question is, listen to me, and what Asar said. We talking about, did Christianity take enough of its stuff to where you can say it was crafted from Egypt, because it took so much of its tenets and rituals and everything all together, not just the Messiah story, not just specific. I'm talking about enough of it all the way around. That's what I'm asking.
Okay, and I see. No, okay, So, okay, you keep saying that they took a lot, and I'm
asking. I don't know. I'm being honest. I don't know.
Let him answer real quick.
Yeah, I'm simply.
Saber?
Yeah, I'm simply asking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me say this then. Let me say this real quick then. So we've got a couple things from sayings from.
Man, you keep saying let them finish or start, and then you keep butting in because I'm trying to
stop.
That's why I'm trying to see y'all the discrepancies, but y'all two are the ones with the discrepancy, and I'm trying to learn. I'm really trying to learn.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say on my part,
that hard.
The portions that you asked, right? So the portions that you asked are, you've got number one, you've got parts of the Hymn Ta'at in there. You got parts of Ka Gemna in there. You've got parts of Ptahhotep wholesale in there. You got the Revelation book, which copied chapter 125 from the book of Coming Forth by Day, almost word for word, plus the descriptions of Revelations look just like the Amduat, sound just like the Amduat. You also,
brother.
yeah, you you also have the concept of Virgin Mary. You also have the Bible admitting to it when Moses goes on the hill.
Hold up,
and
stop.
Aaron
The
is
concept
making,
of Virgin Mary.
hold up, we're gonna keep it going.
Keep going, please.
So yeah, so we got Aaron down there making a golden calf. We've got Smash showed it on this show. I showed it in the debate on SVDL. Other scholars have shown it as well. He's making a golden calf. The book Yahweh he say, stop acting like Egypt. Then he turned around and say, Egypt, which is my people, Israel, which is my inheritance. So the book admits to copying from ancient Egypt, as well as finding scriptures and texts in the ancient
I have
Egyptian.
to stop you.
Oh my goodness.
I care less.
That's a lot.
Big facts.
I care less about the whole story of Judaism. That's Judaism.
Yeah.
I care less about that. I care about the Jesus story.
Why?
Jesus story.
That's what they stuck on.
Because that's the debate.
But that's not, but I
switched
it. So listen, you're not going to get nowhere. You're not, if you're going to ask me a question, right?
But you are answering questions that aren't being asked to you, Reggie.
You asked me, was there enough of the ancient Egyptian story in the in what they call Christianity? And I said no. Now I have to ask you. Right? Because you won't let me finish, right?
Come on, ask me.
What is the tenets of Christianity? What is the tenets of Christianity that was taken from Egypt?
So this is what I will say, because Reggie, and I would just want you to know, I respect you, and this is respectfully, right?
Well, we're having a respectful conversation.
That's what I will.
I'm going to say that if what Asar said is true, which I know it to be for the most part, because I don't know the specifics, but I trust a brother Asar, he's astute. And I'm saying, regardless of what the debate topic is, my general curiosity is it enough to make the claim that Christianity was basically, I won't even have to say crafted, but just took a whole lot of stuff from it to make it, you know what I mean? Took a lot from Egyptian mythos to make Christianity. And if that's the case, I don't really care about, I still feel like Jabari won. Even though that's not the debate topic. So that's where I'm at with, that's where I'm trying to figure out. You know what I'm saying? We're not necessarily, let me answer you directly.
What you want to do, answer my question.
I'm finna answer you.
Be fair, brothers.
I don't know. I'm asking you and Asar. I don't know, Reggie. That's why I'm asking y'all.
Okay, so I am saying, so if you want, so Asar,
Exactly. I try to direct you that way to begin with.
So they trying to put me against my good brother, teacher, friend, Asar.
You're making everything contentious, man. Chill out.
You know what? And I'm up for the challenge.
We're not doing it. Love you, Reggie.
Me and Saber have fun though. We have fun. So go ahead, Saber.
Asar, what elements of Christianity was crafted from ancient Egypt?
He just said a lot.
No,
because he wants he doesn't want like the Bible, which Christians follow. He wants like specific.
No.
He makes a distinction between Judaism and Christianity, is what it is.
Don't put me and Asar against each other, right? So now I need to know from Asar. We're talking about the historical or the crafted person of Jesus, right?
No, we're not. You keep doing that.
If we can't talk about, that was what the debate was.
But that ain't what I'm talking about. You keep going there. Reggie, stay on track, bro.
I'm not so sure. Was it you that asked me, was there enough in Christianity, right? I mean, enough in ancient Egypt to say that it was crafted from that it was enough in Christianity that we could say that it was crafted from ancient Egypt.
Correct, but you keep getting stuck on the Jesus and the Savior story.
Due diligence, is that what you asked me?
Correct.
So if we're talking the Savior's story itself.
No, Asar. No.
Yeah.
What's wrong with Reggie tonight, man?
Ain't nothing wrong with Reggie.
Is Reggie taking too long with the answer for you, brother?
No.
I guess I'm tripping. Let me fall back.
Let me give him my answer, dude.
Because I ain't heard Reggie been talking for a long time.
Go ahead, James.
No. This is the problem. This is the problem here. People are saying that the Jesus story, right? Though people argue whether he was historical or not, but people believed in a Jesus at the time. They called them Jesuses. They didn't call them Christians at the time. They called them Jesuses. Now, this particular character, what do you say came out of Egypt? That's what I want to know from y'all. Don't show me. I don't
okay,
want
Reggie, I got you.
Watch this, Reggie. This
I got you. Show me
right here.
I think this is what I think. I think the Jesus story comes from Haru. I truly believe Jesus story comes from Haru because Haru is the son of Ra, and Jesus is the son of God.
Jesus is not. Haru is not the son of Ra. Jesus is not the son of Ra.
No. What I'm saying is that Jesus is a carbon copy of Haru, who is the son of Ra, which Jesus is the son
he's not
of
the
God.
son of Ra. He's the son of Asar.
So watch this, right?
Well, hold on. Let me just break this down and pick it for him without reading no meta. Watch this. So he said, Brother Reggie wants to know, how is this correlating to the Jesus story? Now the brother, he's a little bit off, but he's in a way correct. Now, based on from what I know, Dr. Clark and them taught us this. So I'm gonna just wing it and just say how this correlates to the story of Jesus, right?
Is it enough?
It's the only story they got. It's Jesus. Without Jesus, you ain't got nothing, right?
And that was the question for sure.
So bam.
That's the question.
We're gonna put Horus in Jesus' spot. Asar is going to be in this God people spot, right? Now, Mary is a setting in them in the back. Mary and Nephthys, they are set there. They are Mary in the, that's a setting of Nephthys right here in the back, right? Now, in this story, Jesus is born from somebody, a ghost. He doesn't have a physical father. This guy right here is dead, right? But some kind of way he conceives, they come up with a way through her magic for her to be able to conceive because she wasn't able to conceive when he was alive. But so we know a dead man can't make a baby. So that's incredible for something like that to happen. Just like it's incredible for a woman that ain't never had sex to have a baby from a ghost. That's incredible. That's just two things that match up right there, right? Now,
like
the baby, the baby that's conceived, the baby that's conceived from this is the son of this ghost or this dead man. So, and the name that's synonymous with the two people that's the son of them, it ain't one of them ain't a girl and one of them ain't a boy.
Stop. I want to ask you a question. Was Jesus conceived by
it don't have to be exactly the same.
Okay, wait.
Talking about archetypes for sure.
That's where it falls apart.
It has to be exactly the same.
Who
makes this rule that it has to be 100% the same? Who makes this rule?
Reggie.
No. Reggie don't make the rules. Reggie is not making any rules.
Who would adhere to such a rule?
I already set the parameters. I said we talking about the archetypes and principles, and James and Asar went over the principles.
I didn't even get a chance to finish.
No, Asar talked all about ancient Egypt. He didn't talk about Jesus.
We weren't
talking
talking
about Jesus. I'm
That
talking
wasn't
about
my
Jesus right
question.
now.
That's true. That's why I say the only parts that you're gonna find really that are in this story
Which
is
story?
when
I'm confused.
when you
Yes,
talk
you
about Jesus related to ancient Egypt. When you talk about the story, the only part you'll find is when Asar says, "I am King of Kings, Lord of Lords." Okay. Other than that, you're not going to really find a whole lot of similarities. Number one, the Asar, Haru, and Aset story is dealing mostly with the birds and the bees, literally.
Can you brothers shut me down when it says that Haru had 12 disciples just like Jesus? Can y'all please shut me down on that?
Well, he
Man,
had the
please finish it,
blacksmiths.
Sar.
I
Please
don't
He
know
had the
finish
why
it,
black.
you
Sar.
come on
Yeah,
and do
he
stuff
had.
like that. First is 12 hours of the day and 12 hours of the night. There are
Yes.
12 females and there are 12 males.
Right.
Man,
And there's
we
That's
can't never
24
get
hours.
black
nowhere.
That's 20.
and the
That
blacks.
puts the 24 hours in the play. But
That's correct.
black-
And so
the blacksmiths that help.
see, y'all didn't let
Haru.
me finish that. But
No, because I'm
that
gonna
was
just go
going to
right to
be.
the story.
That's what I'm saying. We can't
So
stay on one track because
yeah,
we keep
the
getting off on tangents.
Man,
right.
but that right
The
there,
blacks.
if you go through that story, it is the same exact story. And Dr. Clark even tells us,
but
he said
no,
when they came in, they didn't have a language, they didn't have
Why does
anything. No, this
Jesus
is what
in
Dr. Clark
Haru
said. Hold on, we
have
can't quote
12
Dr.
disciples?
Hold on. We can't quote
Why does
Dr. Clark
Jesus
now.
in Haru have 12 disciples? Why
They
does
did.
Jesus in Haru
Oh,
have
we
12
gotta
disciples?
stay on one
They
subject at a time.
didn't. So,
Hold on. You
like I
said we
said,
can't
when
quote
we
Dr.
go to
Clark?
this, no, when we go, yeah, Dr. Clark was wrong about that. When we go to the story, you got the blacksmiths of Horus. They number more than 12. When you get to 12 disciples or the 12 helpers of Asar, who are in the Mduat, that's where you get the number 12 at. You don't have it for Haru. Haru gets helped by the blacksmiths. This is why I always tell people, you know that Jesus damn story so well, how come you don't know your African story?
Thank you, Asar.
So you
they don't
Well,
even
with
know
that,
the story.
with
That's
that being
Wait a
said,
minute.
though,
What are
Asar,
you?
you
When
still
did that? Hold on, slow down. When did Dr. Clark wasn't dealing with no 12 disciples or nothing like that? That's what old
whoever
boy.
said that
That's
he
what the
said
dude.
that,
That's
if
what
he
that
said that,
guy.
he would be wrong.
No,
So
yeah,
the
that would
brother
be
the brother that just spoke about that just interjected that. Dr. Clark
okay.
never brung up nothing about no 12 disciples.
Yeah, I never heard that either. So yeah,
Yeah, so no,
if he
don't
said
put
that,
that on
that
the
would be
elder.
wrong.
That is
Yeah.
not what Dr. Clark points us to is that these people came in with nothing. They left with a language, this, that, and the other. They left with able to write. They left with a writing system. He points all of the cardinal things that you need for a civilization. When they came in, they didn't have it. When they left out, they had everything. He says it verbatim, just like that. That's why I love the ancestors, because they wasn't playing.
But James,
Correction,
James, let
brothers.
me
Thanks
ask
for
you
the
this.
correction, brothers.
It's not,
okay.
it's not that hard.
Before anybody
James,
speaks,
James, you the moderator.
no. I've been
Hold on, Reggie, because I'm finna try to let you go because I want to see why Asar is saying yes and you saying no, and I just want to try to follow y'all's conversation. I'm trying to learn, so I would like y'all to have that conversation, if y'all don't mind.
Right. So Saber, let me say this real quick and I'll let you turn on it. When it comes to matching up the Jesus story exactly, you don't see that. You don't see that. So if we're going, and then you also have to look at who starts Christianity, because Jesus isn't a Christian, is he?
No.
Paul is. So when you look at it, this is why what Saber Reggie made sense. He said he won the debate. Why? Because he was showing sources of what Christianity uses, the Bible. But he did not win the war, because when it comes to the story of Jesus itself, it's very difficult to show similarities when it comes to the story of Asar and Aset, other than her nursing her son, Haru. Okay? So when he said that, I understood. But when he first said it, I thought he said he agreed. So I was like, yeah, well, you got this, you got this. I can name a bunch of stuff from that Bible that came from ancient Egypt. But when it comes to Christianity itself, other than like now, if Jabari would have started to go to the fathers where Mark and them is walking through there and oh, the walls of ancient Egypt, and I can see on the pyramid something is calling me when they're saying stuff like that, but I didn't see him pull that out. You're supposed to pull that out. If he would have went to Origin, the first school of Christianity is in ancient Egypt that we know of, and Mark was the founder and all that. I didn't see all that come out. So
Brother Sar, you got to answer the question that Reggie asked you. He asked you, what are the same things in ancient Kemet that's in Christianity? Let's just go through it the long way.
Well, we covered those. So, like I said, when it comes to Christianity itself, which Paul set up, you don't see those. When it comes to the Bible, you see a lot of it. And most Christians use the Bible. So Saber Reggie got specific. Remember, I told him get specific, and he got specific. He was like, the Jesus story, which is what y'all use, where is it at in the Sarah set story? You don't really see it. But when it comes to the Bible and biblical tradition, which the Christians pick up to justify their claims, you see a lot of it. When it comes to Christianity itself and its founding and what Jesus wasn't a Christian, so it's a little difficult to use the Jesus story when he wasn't a Christian, he was still Jewish.
And that ends the debate. That ends the debate. Jesus was not a Christian. Jesus was a Hebrew, right? So let's just start there, right? The similarities. What are the similarities that you can say you got from ancient Egypt, right? Rather than what you got from the Hellenistic period. What similarities did you get from ancient Egypt? What you don't get is direct stories. What you have is conjecture that people mix a lot of things in ancient Egypt and try to bring it into Christianity. But you don't have anything direct. You have things from ancient Egypt in the Hebrew, like Proverbs, right? But that's in the Hebrew. Okay, so Jesus accepts, the Proverbs, right? If we know that that is true, then it comes down to, what are we looking at, the Old Testament, or are we looking at the Septuagint? We're not so sure. We don't have access to. Well, I'm not going to say that we don't have access to the well, there's the Targums. There is there's the 5 books of Moses. The 5 books of Moses is bigger than the Bible.
Hold on, man. How many people in the Bible can y'all physically identify and verify? Please.
There we go. Preach. I
mean, because y'all kind of sound like y'all talking about this like this is really real or something.
No. See, that's why, this is the problem. It's very specific that we're talking about. We are talking about the Jesus story.
Which is all fiction.
Stop interrupting me. What you want to do, what you're doing is taking it off topic. In the Jesus story, did Mary believe that her son was the Messiah? Yes or no?
It's fiction.
Okay, so the problem,
I'm almost got to a point that I'm like, they act like this is real or something.
That's what everybody think about the kids.
Y'all really like saying this like this really happened?
The subject.
I need to really find out what's going on right now.
That's not the argument. The argument.
Like Garfield think that Jesus is real.
That's not the argument.
Okay.
I said it in the very beginning, whether he was a historical figure or he was crafted. I said that. People believed in the story in the 1st century. and the 2nd century, and then it began to change. In the 1st century, there is no Christian until Paul calls them Christians in Antioch. So let's get to the Christian story. Let's get to the Jesus story.
Can I say something right quick, Reg?
No.
Is that, hold on, Reggie, is that after Queen Elizabeth give the green light to enslave all Black or African people of descent?
What do you mean, is it after? Obviously, it's after. The Christian.
Oh, hold on, my bad. Is that during Queen Elizabeth?
No, see, what you don't
11 years old.
What you don't want to do. This is what y'all don't want to do.
I'm trying to follow you, Reggie. Let me ask you a question. I want to make sure I'm following what you're saying.
Follow me then.
Follow me
first.
I just want to be corrected.
You are corrected. Before it was the stupid King James. It was the Latin, right? It was the Roman. And then before that, it was the Greek. The letters, all of that stuff is written in Greek. The Gospels are written in Greek.
I want to be clear on the distinctions that you and Asar, because Asar laid out the distinctions that you were making, and I just want to make it clear in my mind. That way I can understand why you saying no.
He said that there's no direct. Asar said that there is no the stories are two different stories. There's nothing direct in Egypt. It's taken in pieces. So it's
but nobody is making that argument. We understand that it's not going to be specific, but what he was saying was specifically the direct correlations he was saying with Jesus. But he was saying that also, I guess what I was trying to understand is he was saying that there's more aspect of ancient Egyptian in the Old Testament rather than the New Testament or the Bible whole in general.
This is not in the Old Testament. Asar didn't say nothing stupid like that.
Is that sacrifice?
That's why I'm asking. Bro, let him clear it up for me.
You're gonna have to clean this. You're gonna have to clean this up, Sabo.
I don't understand why Reggie's so aggressive though. Listen, Reg, I don't want to get on your head. Calm down.
You're crazy. So technically, when we look at what he said, this is why I said Reggie right, because if you're gonna discuss what Christianity is, this is why Richard Carrier kept trying to stay in that bag. You have to go into, really, you kind of have to go into Paul text because Jesus is not a Christian. But if you're going to go into what the Bible is, then you have to ride with Jabari, because Jabari can pull evidence where the Bible clearly copied.
That wasn't,
but I'm not understanding the New Testament is part of the Bible.
The debate was Christianity.
What is Christianity? Yeah. So, like I said, when it comes to that Jesus story and what sets up Christianity and what Paul is, because Paul is Christianity, then we have a problem.
I don't know, man. I don't think we should allow people to table the chronology of history like this.
Well,
but this is really really wild to me.
Well, they making these distinctions, James. Yeah, that's what it is.
And then say to somebody,
Pan-African James and due diligence. Hold up, say, but let me ask you a question.
Period.
No,
relevant.
Pan-African James.
I mean,
I don't know enough
I don't got time for like that's really wild right there.
I'm gonna just say,
the whole story is fiction.
Let me ask you some questions.
Wait, you know what's wild? You don't know enough about ancient Egyptian cosmology. And
I don't have to. I just need to know about the chronology. I'm not interested in every little detail of history. I just need to know the chronology of written history. I know about prehistory. It's just artifacts
you don't know enough.
But I only care. I'm just trying to let you know, Reggie. I only care about the chronology of history. I don't care. And when I found out, watch this. When I found out that it was a history before what our grandparents knew, I knew it was time to discard it. So for us to still be arguing about this when we know that it's history, then when we know that there's history,
what you want to talk about.
Okay, I got that. But I'm just telling you, like, this is our people we're talking about here.
I don't care about that. I care about the debate.
Okay.
I
right.
came in to
But
talk
what
about
I'm saying is, we let somebody from an outside perspective table how we look at history. We can only do it from a Hellenistic period. When we know that history predates that, and that's our strong point. We can't use the strong point of our history because somebody's telling us we got to stay in the Hellenistic.
What you're trying to do is you're trying to justify.
I'm just talking about the truth.
Just saying,
No,
Hellenistic.
We can't deal with the truth.
Right? Hellenistic is European, right?
Yes, but not fully, but you two things happen right there. One, you took the argument that they was making on Sonetter's channel and brought it, and that's not what we're doing. What's happening is this, and this is why I'm going to ask you in due diligence and our brother iPhone a couple quick questions. Who creates Christianity?
The Europeans.
Paul.
I'm going. Well, he said due diligence. He said Paul.
Go ahead, brother Pan. What you think?
I'm going to say that it comes from the people in the Canaanite region.
Okay.
Okay, so hold up.
Okay, now
real quick. So you say the Canaanite region, which creates Jews, because remember they always say those are the Jews. We're talking about Christianity, which are Gentiles,
right?
Which is different than Jews, right? So if Paul creates Christianity, and Paul is a man who never met Jesus, how much of Paul's story correlates with the Horus and Isis and Asar story?
Now, I don't know about Paul's story. I don't know what he wrote. Hold on, I don't know what he wrote as a
Can I answer that?
This is why I gotta.
Can somebody share my screen?
Yes,
somebody's screen is already being shared.
Man, brother Reggie is like coming out super hot.
Yeah, well, he just tried to get his point. Go ahead, Saber, real quick. Go ahead.
I'm showing you evidence. All I've talked about was evidence, right? That's all I talked about. King wrote this paper for the course development of Christian ideas taught by Davis. King wrote, watch this. He wrote a paper for a professor for the development of Christian ideas. That's what King wrote. This essay examines how, so King contributed to a college course. The essay examines how Christianity developed as a distinct religion with a set of central tenets and how it was influenced by those pagan religions it assimilated. King repeats material from an earlier paper, a study of Mithricism, but he extends the discussion here to influence of other mystery religions. Davis gave the essay an A, stating this is a very good, and I'm glad to have your conclusion. It is not so much that Christianity was influenced by the mystery cults or borrowed from them, but that it was a long process of history this religion developed. Christianity is the expression of a longing of people for light, truth, salvation, and security, right? A particular people, meaning they're going to take everything for their longing of people for light, truth, salvation, and security. So what did King say? What did King say? Okay, it is the Greco-Roman world in which the early church developed was one of diverse religions. The conditions of that era made it possible for the religions to sweep like a tidal wave over the ancient world. The people of that age was eager and zealous in their search for religious experience. The existence of this atmosphere was vitally important in the development and eventual triumph of Christianity, right? Meaning the conditions, right? Taking from lots of different ideas, right? What King does is he goes through the influence of the cult of Sebely and Attis, right? He goes in and says what they took, what was there, and what they took, right? So what do they say? She was a great mother, not only of all the gods, but all the men, the winds of the sea and the earth and the snowy seat of Olympus are hers. And when Olympus mountain, yes?
Okay, now what is the correlation to this God that they're talking about? Do you know who they're talking about?
This is similar to a SAR, but keep on.
You interrupt me.
Dang, I mean, I'm just pointing out that they're from a chronological perspective. That's crazy.
You the moderator,
from a chronological perspective, they're going through some type of Greek god. Wow, you upset because I'm pointing out that they're coming to paganism?
King,
most definitely.
Because the difference is that King, in constructing this paper for a course, is giving you elements that they took from. So you interrupt me while this is what they knew. The winds of the sea, the earth, and the snowy seat of Olympus are hers. And when her mountain, she ascends into the great heavens. The son of Kronos himself gives way before her, and like a manner do all the immortal bless, honor the dead goddess, right? So we know that there's a woman figure that was in a prior to story, right? So then they say, right, okay, Attis was the good shepherd. Who is Jesus?
The good shepherd. The good shepherd.
The son of Cybele, the great mother, who gave birth to him without union with mortal man. Right? Without, so Attis, the good shepherd, right, was born without a union, right, with mortal man, as the story of Virgin Mary. According to this myth, Attis died either slain by another or by his own hand. Attis dies, slain by another or of his own hand. After the death of Attis, Cybele mourned vehemently until he rose to life again in the springtime. Jesus rises again, right? They are mourning for him, right?
Okay.
Okay. So
you saying there's more correlation with this guy with Jesus than there is in Egypt? What?
What I am saying is that they're all mixed up stories that culminate, right? That culminate into a new story, right? That's, again, we noticed at the same time, Attis festival, an effigy of the god was fastened to the trunk of a pine tree.
You finna read the whole thing?
Okay, but listen, you can.
Well, I'm just gonna. I mean, I don't know if you get agitated.
You know what the difference is? I'm giving you sources, right?
We already agreed that Christianity take from several sources.
No,
we agree.
No, we don't all agree.
Who don't agree with that?
I'm telling you. Okay.
I'm saying I agree with you. We all agree.
Jabari doesn't agree.
Jabari agrees that Jabari agrees that Christianity got some tenets from other people too. He would say that.
Well, I heard him say it, but
he does agree with that, man.
The majority was crafted by ancient Egypt.
That's what the question is. That's what we really going through, and you won't stay right there.
Well, what Jabari does is he gives you the correlation of Jesus and Heru as the number one correlation that you're gonna need to even have the religion. Now,
and Asar and Reggie is
y'all skip back to I said Canaan was the origins of it.
You're not giving me a source. Give me a goddamn source, gang.
You don't have to. You don't have to. This is chronology. The chronology of this is well known.
I know. Give me a source. That's what you know. What? That's what Richard Carrier did.
Reggie a source where he already knows.
That's what Richard Carrier did. Huh? I'm asking you for your source.
A source to what? That Jesus comes out of Canaan?
Yeah, I'm asking you. Yes, show me that source.
You already know that, Reggie.
No,
you saying he? Hold on. Well, let me ask you this. You saying he don't?
No, I'm saying that.
That's what I'm saying. I don't need to give you no source because me and you agree. Like why
I don't agree with you.
Man, it's
wild. You don't agree that Yahweh comes out of Canaan.
Jesus ain't Yahweh. Yahweh's the Lord.
So James, that's the hold on,
So who
James,
is
James,
it? So who
James,
is
James,
his son?
James, I got you.
James,
James,
listen
Who
listen
is
to
his
me.
son?
That's
Who is
they
his
are
son?
James,
hold
listen
on,
real
James,
quick.
In that
James,
pantheon,
James, listen real quick.
how is
James.
Jesus associated to
I
Yahweh?
keep
He
James,
trying to
it's not a
tell you.
chronology issue. They making a distinction between different time periods of like of different sects of
We already know
Christianity,
this is
different parts of the
1,500
Bible.
years later. Like, what is going
Hold
on?
on, James. Hold on, James, because this is the correlation. Because like when Asar is saying like so like when we say Christianity, me and you, we thinking about the whole damn Bible, but they
That's
making
what I
distinctions.
said, right?
And yes, that's what I just said. You said.
Yup. Yeah,
But
I'm
Yeah,
agree.
and
but
then he
they are
parsed
making
it
these
out to
distinctions is
Judaism
that
to ask you
Christianity
where
is
did it
not the
come
whole
from.
Bible.
James,
Christianity is only like Paul's part or just the new, and they making these small distinctions. But when people think of Christianity now, right there in the present, they think of the whole damn Bible. But these guys are being super damn anal and saying, no, Christianity is not the whole Bible. It's just this specific part. And they sticking to it right there. And if you try to add to it, you know what I'm saying, and try to make it the whole Bible or the whole thought, and we can't, they won't let us talk about it as a whole. They want us to talk about it in different parts.
Like, we ain't
That's
got time for
that's
all
the
that.
issue.
No, that's what you have to have time for because we're discussing the debate and
You know
who
what the
won it,
difference
right? So,
You know what the difference is? In the debate, we got time for it.
right.
You don't have time for
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying this discussion has already been ironed out long time ago for us.
That conversation has already been had.
This was
I'm
the
just saying
question.
it's already been ironed out. We already know this.
You don't
But
know.
that was the question on the table.
How come I don't know the chronology of history, Reggie? How, like, you think this is that hard?
Yes, it's very goddamn hard.
No, it's not. You start with writing. See how simple that was?
No, you don't start with writing. You start with pre-writing.
No, that's prehistory. That
No,
prehistory.
you start with pre-writing.
Pre-writing. Yeah, that's it where you're gonna have like yeah, I know that, Reggie, but that's not writing though. Reggie, y'all gonna have to stop being so anal and defensive.
No, really. You know what? Because you know when we're trying to be scholarly, right? We're trying to raise the bar. You're saying something
but no. Jabari did the same thing we did. He went straight to the association with Heru and then just left it at that. Like, but
no, he went to the Bible, and this is why Richard Carrier thought he won, and this is why Jabari thought he won. And Reggie said there's a difference. He said, yes, he thought Jabari won the debate, obviously, because Richard Carrier wasn't even showing sources, but he technically lost the war, because if you go into it and say, what is Christianity? It's not what people who have just read the Bible think. It's a bunch of
Paul's letters
that
are.
Exactly.
I got
so
what y'all saying,
yeah.
but
that's all he was
living in
explaining.
2024, and the whole world don't know shit about just Paul.
And Asar don't agree. Asar don't agree
Like,
with that either.
wow.
Asar would say the Bible it got a lot of its stuff, regardless if it's not. Even if you dismiss Jesus and all that, Asar agrees that a lot of it was taken from Christianity. I mean, from Kemet, regardless. So I still think that Jabari still won on that point.
That dumb shit because Kemet is only a time period. The old kingdom is not kingdom. Wait, let me say
so you saying he just called you dumb,
Hold
Asar?
on.
He called you dumb, Asar?
He said this.
Brother, stop trying to pick arguments, brother.
No, I'm being specific.
No,
did you say that the old kingdom, the first intermediate period, the middle kingdom, right? Did you say that that's Kemet? Did you say pre-dynastic Egypt and old kingdom when the pyramid text was written in the text? I'm asking Asar. Asar, did you say that?
No, those are Tassetti and before Tassetti.
Thank you. So Asar didn't say that. You're lying on Asar.
And nobody even asked that question, you weirdo. What the question was Christianity taken from Kemet? Man, he ain't finna call me dumbasses and all that type of shit. And I think I ain't finna get back at him. I try to tell your dumb ass to calm down.
It's been an awesome,
you can't even keep up with the
awesome
conversation.
Time for the show to end.
Wish all of y'all the best.
Yeah, time for we'll smash this coming close this out.
I love you all.
You don't know the information. You kept asking questions. Okay, due diligence.
What's up with all the animosity and shit?
Due diligence. Just ask. I'm a due diligence. Why don't you just teach? Why
don't you quit getting so fucking super
I'm
defensive and calm your ass down? Chill out. It's not even that serious.
Okay, it's not that serious. Teach. I'm your student. Teach. Teach.
Oh, I didn't come here to teach. Don't you hear me asking questions? I'm here to learn, you idiot. I ain't come here to teach.
Well, we're gonna close the show out, bro. But I don't know. I don't think a lot of this stuff.
If you're gonna ask a question, right? It needs to be a founded question. It needs to be.
What was wrong with my question?
Okay, I answered your questions.
What was wrong with my question?
Hold on, ask him again, brother.
I'm not asking him shit because he's sitting there calling me names. I lost all respect for him. I ain't asking him
goddamn. Ask him again. It's words.
He ain't put his hands on like I'm out of bounds when he the one that's out of bounds. So he ain't even got to ask me shit no more. Don't talk to me, nigga. I won't talk to you.
That's fine.
Well, yeah, y'all calm down.
Okay, but let me just say this.
Just calm down, brother.
Wait, Asar, right? To the rest of the audience, to be around Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark, right? For the first 10 years you are around them, you're really not saying anything. You're just listening. For the time period after that, then you can ask questions. If you ask a question that he's already covered, he will tell you to go back and read.
True.
Right? He will simply that they will not answer your questions. They will tell you to go back and read. Right? The problem is in our community is that I came on specifically to say that Richard Carrier won the argument, lost the debate. I'm giving it to both sides. Right?
Right.
When I asked, what is the tenets of early Christianity? That's a specific period that starts with Paul, right? Not Imperial Roman. I'm asking for specifics. What did Jabari say to bridge that it came directly from ancient Egypt? What I found is that there are a bunch of stories in ancient Egypt that have some similarities, and then I find that in the Hellenistic period, there is a group of thought that's closer to the Jesus story than ancient Egypt. So due diligence, I don't want you to not to be my friend. I apologize to you. I apologize.
Apology
right?
accepted.
Okay. All I'm saying to our people is that Jabari was jumbling up a whole bunch of stuff to enough to win the debate, but what he did was he excluded the whole Hellenistic period, but he won the debate. So
slow down, Reggie. Let's get a layman's understanding of this Hellenistic period, right? The Hellenistic period is the time of Paul.
No, before Paul, that leads up to Christianity. In this context.
Yeah, because y'all are saying that Paul created a different type of Christianity than the Roman period, which is after, right?
Paul created a different Christianity than the Gospels.
Right. Okay. So now when we pick up in the Roman period, y'all are seeing elements of a bunch of amalgamations, a bunch of different things. But what Jabari
debate.
Yeah, okay, but listen to what I'm saying. What Jabari's major argument was, without Jesus, once they pick up whatever they pick up, once they get back to the Christianity part of it, without Jesus, it ain't no story. And then you use the correlations of Jesus and Heru, and that's what he's saying. It's a lot of correlations in that part of the story, right?
Right, but I said that Horus was not the savior in the Old Kingdom.
Correct. But hold on. Was he a savior in the chronological perspective before Jesus?
He was the savior when the Greeks came in.
So that's before Jesus.
That's what you're not understanding, James. Whenever he's saying Hellenistic period, you're getting stuck on the time frame, but it's not necessarily the time
Yes,
frame
it
they
is because
saying that
he said you Hellenistic ends with a period. So that means it's a time
I know,
frame.
but listen to what I'm saying though, James. They saying that that's outsider influence whenever the story changed. So it's not the original Kemites. It's not the ancient
Yeah, we
Kemites.
got
So
that.
whenever
We know that by the time
so listen to what I'm
once the
just let me
Hyksos get
land.
there, it
Let me
starts to
land.
change. So yeah,
This is the
1500
issue,
years.
James. If
Yeah.
if it's not the ancient Kemites that's professing the savior story and it's the invaders, then it's not Kemet. That's
So
the issue. That's what
what?
you mean.
It's
That's
a
a
chronological.
argument.
See that what I'm saying? It's a chronological situation where people are borrowing from. We already understand that, but by the time you get to
James, the
Christianity,
argument is it ancient Kemet? And Reggie is saying no because the Hellenistic period is not ancient Kemet. That's
I would agree with Reggie if you being
that's
that
what he's
nuanced.
saying.
But listen, I'm agreeing with Reggie if you being that nuanced. But the main component of it is Jesus in the story, and then you use the correlation between Jesus and Heru, and that is without that they have nothing. That is all Jabari was saying, and I would agree with Jabari's part on that. So I can agree with Reggie that it's not ancient, but it's still borrowed from that ancient, the major component of it, which is the Jesus.
I just showed you.
It's not.
Hold on, slow down, Reggie speak.
All right, what I just started to show you was that in the period there were other influences. I just showed you this character, right? In this particular period that people hear stories from, that he was he died. He was born without a mortal woman, right? And he was pinned to a pine tree, right? And
that's not Jesus. He's not talking about Jesus.
Hold on, Reggie. Are you so hold on. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm sorry, brothers. Reggie, are you saying that Heru is Greek and Jesus is Roman?
There you go. Thank you. There is a Greek Heru, right? And there's an ancient Egyptian Heru.
Which is Horus.
No, I'm talking about this story that you were just talking about that you was reading a minute ago. What time period is that from, and who is the curators of that story? What people are those people in relationship to what's to come? See what I'm saying? Because it's still not going to be older, right?
No, I'm not arguing the older.
Okay,
I'm arguing the period in which the people could draw from.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, it's not ancient, but then again, it is. Because it's an ancient story that everybody borrows from.
Yeah, it's a period in which there were people worshiping this particular person, Attis, in that period. And he had a great mother who gave birth to him without union with a mortal man. Right?
So that's where they get the story from.
Reggie. Mary.
So you saying that's where they directly get the story from?
No, I'm saying that's one of the stories they get it from. Now,
okay, Reggie.
Yes.
You said Antis.
Yeah.
You said the word Antis. Is that small and correlated with Atlantis?
No, sir.
Man.
So Reggie,
he jumped all the way out the window.
I'm sorry. It was just right there. I'm sorry, it was right there.
Did the Greeks take off?
Because from what I read was the Greeks
had at me too.
The Greeks hold Atlantis to be their homeland. That's the only reason why I even said that, because if Atlantis is the Greeks' homeland, and from the information that I got, when Atlantis fell, when it was going underwater, that they ran into the outskirts of Africa and they blended in.
That might be fine, but we're talking about who do we know from Atlantis story? We don't know much from the Atlantis story. Who are the heroes of Atlantis?
The Greeks claim it. The Greeks.
Oh, they claim it, but what's the story? So what I'm trying to do is, what is the story of Atlantis? Do they have a person that was born of a mortal woman, but from an immortal man? That's what I'm, and there are other groups of people in this time period, the Hellenistic period, besides the Greeks, right? They're all competing for their stories, right? To be known, right? So what I'm just what I tried to do is I tried to give a list of different influences. Now, also, Martin Luther King, he goes to the influence of Osiris and Isis. Let me show you what he says. Let me just show you what he says.
So he uses that correlation as well.
Yes. So he goes to watch what he says. Right? The Egyptian mystery, he says the influence of Osiris and Isis. He doesn't say Aset and Asur. He says Osiris and Isis. Correct. He says now the Egyptian mysteries of Isis and Osiris, that's Greek.
Are you sharing your screen, Reggie? Because if so,
yeah, we see it. Well, I see it right now. Yeah, he's sharing.
There it go.
To the streets. Sounds similar to the streets.
So the Egyptian mysteries of Isis and Osiris exerted considerable influence upon early Christianity, but they're not talking about ancient Egypt. They are talking about the white people, the Greeks, right? Or the Mediterranean people, right? That had the Egyptian mystery. So they already jacked ancient Egypt up, right? And in the Egyptian mystery system, this is where you find that he was cut up. All this stuff is ritual. He was cut up, his penis was swallowed by the catfish. That's not ancient Egypt.
That's when people start telling lies. I hear you, Reggie. That's when people start telling lies and the stories come up. I hear you, Reggie.
That's just when people get into your history and then they start to change it.
These two great Egyptian deities, that's ancient Egyptian, whose worship passed into Europe, the Greeks, Romans, were revered not only in Rome, but in other centers where Christian communities were growing up. Osiris and Isis, so the legend runs, were at one and the same time brother and sister, husband and wife, right? But Osiris was murdered. So let's get back to the legend runs where at one and the same time, they were brother and sister, husband and wife, right? Okay, but Osiris was murdered, his confined body being thrown into Nile, and shortly afterwards, the widow and exiled Isis gave birth to a son, Horus, meaning the coffin was washed up on the Syrian coast. Now, watch this. In ancient Egypt, no coffin was washed up in the Syrian coast. That's not in the area of Egypt.
Gotcha.
It's Greek. And became miraculously lodged in the trunk of a tree. This afterwards changed to be cut down and made into a pillar in the palace of Byblos. This is now out of Africa.
Correct.
And then Isis at length found it, recovering Isis' dismembered body. Isis restored him to life. This is not ancient Egypt.
Reggie,
right?
I just want to say this, Reggie.
Now, hold on. Before this story, what is the ancient story of Horus? And what is the similarity between the ancient?
Right.
They just made this totally up, or this,
right? Yeah,
or
right.
they pulling anything from the ancient?
But I do want to make sure due diligence, you my dude. I don't want you to be mad at me. I'm trying to give the public information that they did not have, and Richard Carrier failed in simply. All he had to do was show something like this and cite it. That's all he had to do. He failed to do it. The original story of Asar, you find him, Heru or Horus, and you find Isis in the pyramid text.
Hey, Reggie, it ain't. I ain't tripping, bro. We good. And I do understand what you're saying now. Y'all making those distinctions, you know, and people like myself, because I'm not as stupid as you are and as Sar are, and I tend to group it all together. So whenever I say Christianity, I mean in the whole Bible, but I see, and now I do understand your argument. You keeping it exclusive to what, like, the tenets of Paul, and which I understand. That's a good argument, but at the same time, I really was interested in hearing you and Asar battle at those issues, because Asar would say Christianity is the whole Bible. You know what I'm saying? You saying like no, and he was giving you different things. So I really wanted to hear that conversation. I'm not astute enough to have that conversation with you. So, and I apologize if I got beside myself and said some hurtful things.
It's okay. Asar, I don't disagree with Asar, but once Asar heard my argument, right, then he knows that he can't talk about the whole Christianity, because the whole debate was the story of ancient Egypt or Kemet, it should have been ancient Egypt. If Jabari would have said ancient Egypt, he would have had a better argument, but he chose Kemet.
Which would have been Greek.
But let me ask you this, Reggie, excluding the debate.
At the time,
hold on, James. Hold on, James. Excluding the debate that y'all just had. My question to you is, Brother Reggie, even if the Savior, let's take out Jesus and the Savior, and let's not deal with the debate topic, because we understand your position. I got you on that. You know what I'm saying? So, but even if we take out all of that and we look at the Bible as a whole and the Kemetic mythology as a whole, you still wouldn't say that Christianity, the Bible as a whole, got a lot of it crafted from Kemet mythology? You wouldn't say that?
What I would say is that it was a word that I used called syncretism. So syncretism, there's internal syncretism. That is when Egypt is changing its own myths internally. Then there's external syncretism, where they are dealing with people who they are trading with or at war with, conquering. Then what they do is they export their stories into those people, and then those people combine stories to make new stories.
Yeah, that's a beautiful
Reggie,
way of putting it.
Now, this one question I want to ask you, Reggie. Now, is the city of Byblos a city of Kemet? And if so,
or once was.
Once was. Yes, sir, Brother James. Yes. Once was.
Yes.
And from there, from that land of Byblos, we get the term for the name of the Bible, and then the beginning of Christianity once they take over Byblos, which is a secret location of Kemet.
I cannot go that far, because ancient Egypt didn't call it Byblos, right?
Right.
So Byblos is a later term, right? And I couldn't connect Byblos to the Bible because it sounds the same. I can't say that. What I can say is they traded with Byblos for a time, and then another element in that area stopped, said, no, you're giving too much to Egypt, this wood and shit, so cut it out, right?
No more papaya, basically.
Huh?
Right.
No more papaya.
Papyrus, brother.
What up, Neil?
Oh, pardon me, brother.
They didn't need that. They had that right there where they was at.
What's up, famo? So when you talk about the term Byblos and you talk about the Greeks,
in modern
how they
map,
look
where
at
is
it.
that at? Where would that be at today? For sake on a modern map, where would Byblos be?
Syria.
Okay, right.
So when you talk about Byblos and you talk about them babbling, they basically get that from that. They would say the Greeks would tell you that, oh, they used to babble all the time, and so we called it Babylon. But when you talk about the term Byblos, that means books. So you're talking about several books, And when you get into the books, which is what the Bible is comprised of, it's a bunch of people's books. That's how you correlate the Bible together. But the Bible is a bunch of biblos. It's a bunch of books put together.
Thank you, Asar.
When you talk,
Asar.
go ahead. Go ahead,
I
brother.
wanted to ask Brother Reggie. Brother Reggie, you there?
Yeah, I'm struggling. You know, my notes.
You're getting a lot of questions.
Doing good.
Hey,
You're
y'all
doing
need to
good.
give
You're
Brother
doing
Reggie
good,
some
man.
cash out. So now I'm with you, Brother Reggie. Cash
Try a
out,
little
Brother
better.
Reggie.
Hey, Brother
We working him over here.
Yeah, we working. Hey, but he
My
gives us
nose
that.
is bleeding. You know,
Yeah, he gives us that work.
I gotta save a relationship with somebody I respect.
Yes.
Over this.
Hey, is due diligence still there?
Yeah, he's still here. You
Hey,
know that's
hey.
Neil, Brother Reggie, right?
Huh?
Yeah.
You know
yeah,
that's
he's
Brother
not-
Neil, right?
I know by screen names.
Okay.
Oh, okay. That's me, Red. This Neil Spike.
Oh,
But
okay.
I wanted to say, Brother Reggie is showing due diligence how sort of like, remember the Wu-Tang movies when you come to the teachers, so it's a certain way how he had to learn under Dr. John Henry Clark and them, that he's bringing the knowledge to the next, but he's not being disrespectful. He's just trying to hold that position, which he already rightfully has, and we coming to get it, to
Your
learn.
hard teaching.
Yes, sir, brother. Yes, sir. I hear exactly what you're saying.
Dr.
What's
Clark
upcoming and bring us is different than what we think.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying, brother?
I'm the one. I'm the person that Dr. Clark in Ghana. In Senegal, on the way to our third mosque, our third mosque of the day. So we have been up like 8 o'clock in the morning, and so now it's like 3 o'clock. No food, no nothing. Dr. Clark wants to go to another damn mosque. He wants to, and he says,
He's trying to see everything.
I start crying. I'm
You
like,
start crying?
yeah, I start crying. Listen, I was younger then, but I
Right. I got it.
we didn't even pee, right? So it's Dr. Clark, Dr. Jeffries, and myself in a cab, and I start complaining. Let's just go back to the hotel. Why do we got to go to another mosque? Dr. Clark turned over.
Right.
Now, Dr. Clark is in one side of the car. Dr. Jeffries is in the middle. I'm on the other window. Dr. Clark reaches past Dr. Jeffries and says, "Shut up, you damn fool."
Reggie, like, I want to go home.
You don't even know the significance. You don't even know the significance of this mosque he's trying to go see.
Then he goes, then Dr. Clark does the Dr. Clark, right? He says, "We are going to the greatest African mosque, Toba Mosque. And if you don't know this mosque, right, you don't know African Islam, right?"
Ooh.
And I'm like, okay, Dr. Clark's like he said it better than I said it, right?
So you're saying the Toba Mosque in Senegal?
Yes.
Okay.
So now we go to the Toba Mosque. The other mosques were just these rinky-dinky mosques, right? But they had significance because it was African Islam. Mm-hmm. Now we go to like the city of Toba. So the mosque is there, but before you get to the mosque, there's this great courtyard, and there's hundreds of people gathered, pilgrims gathered, people selling food and crabs and stuff like that. It's a medieval city, right? It was stunning to see Africans in their particular faith of Islam. Then we go in, we go in, he tells us follow him. So we go to the door, and Dr. Jeffrey says to speak French because we didn't speak Wolof. Dr. Jeffrey spoke French. Dr. Jeffries told him who Dr. Clark was, and that we wanted Dr. Clark was teaching, and it's a scholarly thing, and fine. We got entrance. Dr. Clark walked over to the fountain, right? He took off his shoes.
They set a girl on fire for saying Allah was not real.
Let him finish telling the story.
Sorry. My bad.
He took off his shoes. He took off his socks, and Dr. Clark began to wash his feet, right? and he looked at us, both Dr. Jeffries and myself, as if we were stupid. Like,
this could be a movie, Reggie. This is beautiful.
Saying,
yeah.
We go, you know, I take off my little sneakers and my socks, and I wash my feet, right? Never wash my feet in a public fountain, right? Where hundreds of people already wash their feet. I was like,
right, so the water crazy.
yeah, this is not that, no, the water was flowing, you know, they're not unsanitary, but to me, it's unsanitary, right? Now we are all three bare feet. Bare feet. Now I'm walking on, well, they have, I'm not gonna say it's concrete, but I'm gonna say it's rough. I ain't gonna say it's smooth. And my feet ain't used to be walking barefoot, right? Except for on the beach. This wasn't no sand. We walk all through the mosque. We go to the top, to the citadel. What do you call it? Where they do the prayers?
Masjid.
No, you're talking about what they call the Adhan.
Yeah.
The minaret.
Talking about what the El Rukin. Talking about what the El Rukin is.
The minaret.
The minaret. We walk maybe 6 stories, 7 stories to the top, to the minaret, right, where they do the prayer. I'll stop my story right there. But Dr. Clark, that's one of the times he called me a damn fool. Dr. Ben called me a lot of daggone names. Right? So Dr.
And then you got one more to add. Due diligence called you a damn fool too, but I took it back.
Yeah, we got to toughen up around here.
So you have to be, you see now, these are, now mind you, I'm just their escort. I'm their last line of defense, right? Or their first line of defense, right? Who don't know us, right? And so that they selected me because at that time it was like I was just there for them. I wasn't there. I was learning about Africa. I had taken some classes, but these people were strange. They was always coming up and trying to ask us for money, getting close to us like they're gonna pick our pockets. And Dr. Jeffries had the money for the group, right? So my job was to protect him, protect the money at all circumstances. That's what my job was, right? So I wasn't thinking about the beauty of Africa. I was just thinking about my job. But Dr. Ben now, Dr. Ben is not a nice person. Dr. Ben, almost all of his close friends, he unfriended them. Dr. George Simmons, I'm talking so many people he unfriended during the course of his life, because he was the teacher and he didn't need no friends. Dr. Ben was a teacher. He ain't need no friends. Everybody else was a student. And when people tried to go against him, like Dr. Malana Karenga, he sunned Dr. Malana Karenga in front of 60 people.
That's a man sure of himself.
Is in the in the holies of holies, right? I wasn't there, but there was Dr. Malana Karenga was trying to take, as a scholar, a group of people into the holies of holies, and Dr. Ben said you can't go in the holies of holies, and Malana said, well, white people going there, and Dr. Ben sunned Dr. Malana Karenga. He said, I brought you here. You have never been here. This is my tour, right? And I'm a priest. And I can't let people on my watch go into the holies of holies without whatever rituals, right? And so Dr. Malana Karenga was upset, but he did respect Dr. Ben, right?
Yeah, I like that. Pecking order. Pecking order. We need that in the Black community.
And so it was a big dispute, and it lasted to the end of the conference. It lasted. Stop sharing my screen. Did I stop sharing my screen? Oh,
yeah, you did. I shared mine. Go ahead, say what.
So then, so I could tell you a bunch of stories, but let me just tell you, I work with a lot of people who are part of Masonic organizations and societies of secrets, right? Dr. Ben, etc., and his students. There's a pecking order. There's a time to be silent. There's a time to ask questions. Sometimes you don't ask the master teacher the questions. Sometimes you ask his students. I had one of Dr. Ben's students who was a warden, right, in the mystery system, higher than Ashra Kwesi. His name was Brother William Randolph X. And he would answer my questions when Dr. Ben wouldn't answer my questions, right? Until later, then I can ask Dr. Ben some questions. So I would say I'm 58 years old. Excuse me if I'm cranky, but we went through a whole period of Sarah Sunseti, Polite, Young Pharaoh, and all of these groups of people, and all of these crazy arguments. And then I have Unc and his Gilligan's Island, right? Doing breaking news when they don't know the meta nature at all. I'll stop.
So on the screen, because this is what we really need to know concerning, right? Christian origins and roots. And this is what I was looking for when we came to the debate. This says here, Alexandria was the metropolis of Egypt, flourishing seat of commerce, Grecian and Jewish learning, and of the greatest library of the ancient world, and was destined to become one of the greatest centers of Christianity, the rival of Antioch and Rome. The religious life of Palestine and the intellectual culture of Greece commingled and prepared the way for the first school of theology, which aimed at a philosophic comprehension and vindication of truths of revelation. So this is the very first Christian institution. It's in ancient Egypt, in Alexandria. In such an environment, there was no alternative but to establish a Christian institution to enable the church to face the battle which was waged by these powerful schools. It is highly probable that there were well-educated Christians in Alexandria in the apostate times. Saint Jerome, the one responsible
Hold on, Asar. So you saying that the first Christian institution was in Egypt, Alexandria?
Yes.
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 So I thought people usually say it was like Ethiopia or something like that. Or is that the first church?
This is
That's something different. Christianity didn't get to Ethiopia before it got to Egypt.
Yeah.
Because Paul was coming from wherever he was coming from, and he came over, or his mans came, Mark in particular, which I was about to get to, Mark came over and set the school up.
And then they go to remember it's now the church is spreading.
Coptic.
They
You're right.
They spell those names pretty different, don't they, you guys? I mean, I don't mean to cut in, but when we talk about the name Paul, it's just an AL, just like Emmanuel.
Well, it's a different language.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, from earlier, from what we was talking about with the God El, and from what I know of my information, I see people change the name Emmanuel two different ways. They spell it either AL or they spell it EL.
I know,
I think the same thing go for Paul.
Well, Paul, watch this.
I think the same thing go for Paul, and just like Noel.
What I will say about that is that Paul is a Greek name, right?
Correct.
So you have all of these people who formerly had Hebrew names. That's the tell. Watch this, family. They all had Hebrew names, and then they are part of some brothership, and they all get Greek mystery names like Paul, right? Like Matthew. They were all Hebrews, and then they changed their names.
Can we pinpoint how this happens or who does this?
That's a good point.
Yeah. It's and if you go if you go into the book of the fathers, I believe it is, and you got to go into the book of the paradise, where it explains the discussion between the Egyptians and the Christians and how they couldn't agree upon a Asar. They was like, we'll accept Jesus like we do all the other deities as long as y'all respect the Asar. because y'all taking this story and they was like, well, we're not going to fully agree on that. So it never took hold in ancient Egypt at first.
Hey, Asar, let me ask you. Asar, can you, okay, so Asar, would you say where, I don't know where it was in the Bible particularly, that the eunuch took Christianity back to Ethiopia from who? And not just that, was that the first church, or was it the one under the one that
well, brother,
Haile Selassie come out of that family, where the Syrian or whoever it was shipwrecked in Ethiopia, and he gave it, and he adopted it? Which one was older?
It wasn't the
Haile
first
Selassie adopted it, but the
Go ahead,
very
Red.
first.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It wasn't the first church.
I showed about to
It was
say,
the
brother,
first
Ethiopia
nation.
was indoctrinated.
It was
Ethiopia was
they're indoctrinated later. So,
but hold up, let Red speak one second. He was saying something I wanted to hear.
Oh, was he? Go ahead, say
nation that adopted Christianity from its leadership, right?
Yep. Yeah.
But it wasn't the first church. The Coptic churches were how can I say? The first church was Antioch. That's when it name. So then in later in Alexandria, then you have the what do you call it? The you have the monks. You have so you have different churches in. Okay, I'll stop right there.
Right. So Saint Jerome records that the Christian school of Alexandria was founded by Saint Mark himself. He was inspired by the Holy Spirit to establish it, to teach Christianity, as this was the only way to give the new religion a solid foundation in the city. The school became the oldest center for sacred science, the oldest center for sacred sciences in the history of Christianity. In it, the first system of Christian theology was formed, and the allegorical method of biblical exegesis was devised. In this context, Dom D. Rees states the most renowned intellectual institution in the early Christian world was undoubtedly the Cathetical school, I don't know how to say that word right there, of Alexandria.
Diadassilion. Okay.
Yeah, that's something Greek.
Damn,
And its
who
primary
said that?
concern was the study of the Bible.
What'd you say?
Now, this is important here, and this is why I say this. You see, this school of Alexandria, its primary concern was the study of the Bible.
Yeah.
So when we talk about Christianity, if we're not talking, because this is what people do, they paint the picture that the Ebionites came, they're Jews, and they started to follow Christianity.
Hey,
But,
Asar.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, brother. Just to clear something up with me. So, is Christianity started around this time that you are talking about, or does Christianity start with Constantine?
Well, this is when Constantine is coming into the mix, right? So this is when you start to get your Constantines, your so-and-sos, and your what's my man from he ain't even my man, but he's the one that shuts down the Egyptian
Uncle Otton, you talking about Tut's father?
Justinian? You talking about Justinian?
Not Justinian, the other one. The other one.
Right. He shuts down
the mean. He's remember when they start tying like Coptics and different Christians up, and they would let the bull run off the marble stairs with them and drag them through the city to their deaths and all that stuff.
Wow.
Part of imperial. That's part of imperial beginning of the imperial Rome, right? Imperial Rome Christianity. But I do want to say that if I could just share my screen, I want to help you all out.
Oh, go ahead, Saber. Go ahead. I was going to let me say this part then, right?
It's pretty interesting though that this is a first Christian school in Egypt, in Alexandria, and it's not even it's an institution. It's not even a church. So it was a damn school that was teaching Christian theology before even the church. That's crazy.
And this is Jabari. This is where Jabari is, but this is much later. This is much later. Christianity had already been formed. So now Rome is interested in it, and so it becomes imperial. But the original religion was co-opted by the Romans. And so
Yes.
Saint Jerome is appointed by the Romans.
Yes. And I'm about to let you share. This is
So
Origin right here with his pagan parents. And they're pagan. Why? Because they were Shemsu something, probably Shemsu Heru. So Origin starts to give you a lot of your early work when he says, if you want to receive baptism, Origin says, you must first learn about God's word, cut away the roots of your vices, correct your barbarous wild lives, and practice meekness and humility. Then you will be fit to receive the grace of the Holy Spirit. So now they're starting to get into what their theogony is and how they're going to move as Christians going forth. And he's one of the main progenitors. And I won't get into too much. This is what I wanted from the debate, and they wasn't even going there. But yeah.
Well,
so how do y'all? This is to you, Reggie and Asar. So I heard people saying that Christianity, in a sense, is African too. So do y'all think that Christianity is African, or am I using the wrong term? And if so, how so?
Yeah, because it was formed in Egypt, and Egypt is African, and a lot of the Coptics were African people that embraced this faith. So they will say,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
And whenever I see some of the oldest images, I see these dark people, and they look as if they were maybe like Africans or something like that. When you see like the old statues of Peter and stuff like that, so because I find it weird, because like even what you said, Reggie, you said they had Hebrew names and then they turned into what you say, Greek names, but so originally these were African characters through the Hebrew tradition.
When the original apostles are turned into Hebrew names, I mean from Hebrew names into Greek names, I want to show you that. That's in Palestine, right? When they get through to Alexandria, then that's then now they're mixing with people who are mixed African people who are the Libyans. So Alexandria.
Can we find the African stories to where can we find the African stories? Do they exist to where we can point to say, because it seems like whenever we get them, they already like, Hellenicized or whatever you call it, or whatever.
Because Egypt had a large influence. This is the problem with Egypt had a large remember, Egypt was conquered by the Libyans. The Libyans are groups of people who have been mixing for thousands of years. So the Shoshank is a mixed person, right? And so these regions in North Africa at this particular time is heavily mixed by Africans. Well, they're all Africans, but in North Africa it's heavily mixed. So you have a lot of mixture, but they are African. So when they want to say it's an African church, really what they want to say is that it was in Africa, right? But
so it's not necessarily. So it was, like you said, it was founded in Egypt, but not necessarily is it traditional African stories from African people, is what I'm asking.
Right. Because the Ptolemies and the Persians already did away with that. They created Serapis. They got rid of Osiris and Apis, fused it, right? Then they created another Isis called Isis Sopdet, right? Who's a red, she's not black, she's a dark red woman, right? So they began to change the stories, and that's why I don't think that Jabari did a good job, right? And I want to show you this so that you can just know it, right? So the real names of the disciples, and this will help you all out. Now, okay, so here's the problem. The problem is in the story, right? Cephas or Petros is Peter. Shimon becomes Simon. Yaakov becomes James. So James, you're Yaakov. Yohanan becomes John. Like,
that's a hell of a name, Reggie.
Oh, gee.
Oh yeah.
I was over here thinking about that's a messed up name to have.
For Ptolemy is Bartholomew. Matthew is a tax collector. He becomes Matthew. Thoman or Tom becomes Thomas. Theodos, right? He becomes Thaddeus. Andros, a Greek name, right? He becomes Andrew. Philippus, right? Becomes Philip. Yehuda becomes Judas, right? And you know what the funny thing about it is? The funny thing is, it's Jesus that's giving them these names. So Jesus is giving them Greek names. Jesus is giving, watch this, according to these names, Jesus is giving them these names.
Why would he do that?
Right.
Yeah. So I see what you're saying. You're saying that implies that when the Greeks came in, they usurped the story. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and deeper than that is that Jesus himself is syncretized. Jesus himself, supposed to be a Hebrew, is living in a Greek world and giving his disciples Greek names.
Yeah.
So let's go before that, right? So these Hebrews, who are these original Hebrews, and who are these people? Where are these people? Are these African people? Or are they? Who are they?
Remember, they're from Syria. They're Ebonites. There's about two different ones. There's Ebonites, and I can't remember the name of the other two cliques that walk away from that part of Syria. And as they come away from that part of Syria, the Ebonites start to formulate what they're going to formulate. They're mixing with people, and they start to, this Jesus story starts to come about. And a lot of people don't speak on it because it defiles Jesus so bad. The Jewish writers wrote the Toledat Yeshua around the 1st century, which shows Judah and Jesus having a battle. Judah makes an arrow out of his sperm, shoots Jesus with it. Jesus falls into a porta potty. All types of weird stuff. They call Mary a harlot. They say she was sleeping with a barber or the butcher or something like that in the story, and that's how she had her child. It wasn't that she was a virgin or they felt sorry for her. She was in a brothel and all this other stuff. So if you've ever read the Toledat Yeshua, is kind of crazy. So the Jewish side of things is different than the Christian side of things. And
Man,
this
y'all
is
making my head hurt.
Yeah,
No, I love this. I love
Let me just ask.
Wait, hey, brother James, I was just about to ask a question to him.
Hold on. Before you go, let me make sure I'm following them, because this is a lot right now, right? So to be sure that I'm following y'all said that the original Hebrews are Middle Eastern, and then the story of Christianity got founded in Egypt and then got co-opted again by the Greeks and then the Romans. And is that where we at right now?
Well, look at where the Greeks and the Romans end up. Where do they go to?
Exactly. They're in the land of
Egypt.
milk and honey. Who is
That's a lot.
benefiting? Who has been benefiting the most?
Where do they
It's
go?
white folks. It's been
Yeah,
white folks that's been benefiting the most. It has not been us. We are on the bottom of the totem pole. We started off on top.
Patrol?
My bad, my
I
bad,
know.
brothers.
No,
I'm sorry.
it ain't you.
We started
It ain't
off.
you.
We started off on top, and now we're on bottom. We
It
see
don't
what the
sound
fuck
like
they
it's no
did.
we to us. It don't. To me, it don't, because people like Jabari, he make it seem like, to me, when they hold on, bro. Let me, because you saying we, and then this is where I think
Jabari
Reggie's
is one
contention
of
is that.
us.
So you saying we, but to where I'm listening to
Bro,
Asar and
if they
Reggie, it's
start,
not
bro,
no.
if the
Are you gonna let me
amendment,
speak,
bro,
man? I'm not trying to talk
if
over
they
you.
abolished our amendments right now, me, you, and Jabari would be fucking running for our lives because they'd be
Anyway,
trying
so
to hang
what I'm
our ass
saying is,
on trees, bro.
you relating this to we like it's us, and from what Reggie and Asar
Bro,
saying, it really ain't
if
no
our
us.
amendments were broken right now,
I don't know what the hell you talking
me,
about no
you,
damn
and
amendments. We talking
motherfucking
about
Jabari
history.
would be running down the
We
street,
talking about
running
history,
from
bro. We
being
not
hung
talking
right
about no
now.
law. Do you think that these people are us?
Bro, if they start,
Anyway, so what I'm saying is,
bro, if they abolished our amendments right now, me, you, and motherfucking Jabari would be running down the street, running from being hung right now. The Kemetic people.
No, Reggie. I don't think Reggie or Sar is saying those people are even real. That's just a fictorial story.
And
If
this
we
stuff
talk,
is trying to equate it to us like it's us. It's not us.
Whoa. If what Reggie is talking about, if they talking about the netters,
No, they not talking about no damn netters.
You're not talking about
the
netters.
netters are not physically real.
You
not talking
somewhere
about
else,
that,
bro.
though.
What the hell is you talking about, man?
The netters are not physically real.
Bro,
If that's
hold on,
what
slow
you are
down. We're
saying,
not talking about that.
okay,
Apostles, the historical figures in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? That's supposed to be
bro,
historical
those
figures.
people are not real.
Never mind, man. You somewhere else anyway.
Okay, brother. Let me ask Asar that question. Asar.
Yep.
Okay, so Asar, what I was going to ask, you know how we got school systems is based off of Greek letters, like the fraternities.
Maternity.
No, fraternities. You know how you go to school and and you
like a fraternity, like a group of people.
Yeah,
Basically, it's a college.
Exactly.
So,
and you know how you get the wait, what I'm saying to it is this: how you get beta, phi, beta, all these different fraternities, right?
That's Greek alphabet.
Okay,
Is what you
Greek alphabet. And when you go into
I don't know how in depth.
No, let me say something. I ain't even asked the question. The question is this.
Okay.
So this that you acknowledge that they do have, and that's from the Greek. Those letters are Greek letters, but this society we're under is a Hellenistic because they give Greece the shining Greek people like they look to Greece as their father of education throughout Europe, basically. Then the Romans and so forth. But let me start with the Greek. The Greek word Hellen is a Hellenistic and all that is Greek words, correct?
Yeah, Hellenistic. Yeah.
Okay. I looked up the root word of Hellenistic and it was of hell, like where the devil dwells, hell. So
no, it comes from Helen, the goddess.
The goddess Helen, but her name I looked up. And in the old dictionaries, they said her name is of the word hell, where the word
is their
comes
alphabet
from.
from Phoenicians.
So we know that the Greek alphabet
Watch this,
comes from
fellas.
Phoenician and the Roman, but all that goes back to Egypt too.
Watch this.
They took over the land of Tiray. Yes or no?
What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna share my screen.
Only
real
question
quick,
I was
right?
going to say what was this? We are in hell right now, for real.
Take over
Under this
Tiray.
school system. This is a
That's
Hellenistic.
what the
You
brothers
did
be
all
saying.
that to say that.
But yeah,
I just want to ask a question. Did the Greeks?
ahead, bro.
Hold on. Matter of fact, did the Europeans take over Tiray?
Yes, but then I would say that that's not education that we're getting now. We're getting indoctrination, like Malcolm said. So we're regurgitating demonic, thought patterns. We're not running
when they took over Tiray, we know
I
they
agree with
took
that.
over a place of us. We know that. Like,
so the higher you are up in the letters in their school, you just a regurgitating robot, basically.
Yeah, you getting doctrine. You ain't really getting education. It's indoctrination.
And that's it.
When we look at some of the older texts or where the Bible fragments start to come from, we've already established their first school is in Egypt. So y'all see my screen right here, right? This is your 10 Commandments, right? This is on the Nash Papyrus. So you see what they're writing in. This is before it's changed and they make Egypt a place of bondage, right? So initially, it doesn't start as a place of bondage. In your 10 Commandments, Hebrew text right there, it says, I am Yahweh, your God, that brought thee out of the land of Egypt. It didn't say the land of bondage. It said the land of Egypt, not the land of bondage, Egypt. So you can see in the original translations, all this stuff is taken. Now it comes from these here, right? And then after it goes there, we go to this, the Codex Alexandria. This is one of your older books. It says that, or when you get this, if you need the translation, it's here. Codex Alexandria. It's made in Alexandria. Okay. Now, I think there's a couple other Bibles that's supposedly older or whatever the case, but it's the Codex Alexandria. And this is where you start to get your early New Testament stuff. So you got it right there. It's happening in Egypt. It's put together in Egypt. It's in
So
Alexandria, Egypt. So we
let me
know
ask this
went
question.
over there. Go ahead, brother.
And if you want to finish your statement, you can, but I got an argument for you on
Go ahead,
that tip. So what about this argument? Because when people go back and we talk about, you say that the original Hebrews is Syria, which is considered the Middle East. But what at this time is the Middle East considered Africa and under African domination? So could it, because you got people like Jabari that make the argument that these people are Africans in the sense like African, like native Africans are Africans like us, but you're saying they may be on the African continent, but they're not African like the indigenous Africans that we think of today. So
Right.
how does
So
that work?
they're getting help from Africans, but most of them now are not Africans. How do we know this? How do we come to this? So let's go back for a second. Let's put it in order so everybody can see everything. Dynastic period ends about the 25th to 26th dynasty. Once that ends, you have the Persians. Cambyses comes in, and it goes on to Xerxes, etc. Once Xerxes and Darius lose, or Darius the First and all them come in. Once Darius and Hannibal and all the Persians lose to the Greeks, we have the Ptolemaic era. During the Ptolemaic era, Ptolemy orders who? He orders about 72 different Jews to come over. This is where the Aristeas letters become important. He orders them to come over. He sits them in different rooms. And Philo, the Egyptian priest, is going around translating anything that they need because they only speak Greek. They only speak Greek because they forgot the Hebrew. So he's translating the old text in Hebrew to them. Why? Because ancient Egyptian priests spoke all of those languages. So he's translating it to them. He won't let them talk to each other because Ptolemy ordered them to get their law together and he wanted to see if they correlated. So they put all that together and it correlated. Now it's the Talmud or the Tanakh. I can't remember which one. I think it's the Talmud, right? In the Talmud, it verifies this. It tells you in the beginning, since Egypt put us in rooms and did us this way and that, even though the priests don't say that, but that's what the Talmud said, or not the Talmud. I think it's the Tanakh. Pardon me. The Tanakh says that, and when it says that those 72 put this stuff together. When they put it together, they were all right. Philo, the Egyptian, is translating for everybody to make sure that they understand what they're reading, and then they put their laws together. And then all of a sudden you get this Jewish tradition. The Jewish tradition is going, and that starts to go into Christianity all of a sudden around the Constantine time and all that. So once they start talking this Jesus stuff, couple of them get their head busted. You got our Coptic brothers over there writing, and you can see this in the Kabra Nagas. You can see they got Arab raiders coming in, whooping them, and then they trying to fight back. And that's where you get the Grimoires book and all that other stuff like that coming out. So this is the timeline. This is the order. It goes from ancient Egyptian black folk, Persians, Greeks,
getting like whipped and like breathing.
On down.
Mute out, iPhone.
Yeah, sorry. Around this time, are we being breeded and enslaved around this time? I'm talking about like blacks on the diaspora. Are we being breeded around this time and like sold and sown around this time once they come into play? Because at some point they start saying, forget all that other stuff and let's start selling these people and using them because they're lower and lesser than.
No.
Because we're talking about 4 or 5 generations of foreigners.
If you're talking about the African
being
slave
into our
trade,
Washington D.C.
Answer is no.
Yeah, if you're talking about the African slave trade, that doesn't start like that. Yeah.
I'm saying, what I'm saying is at the
No.
beginning of the foreigners taking over, is this the beginning of our destruction?
No, the beginning of our destruction well, not our destruction, but Egypt was one of the first places. Well, no, it was actually North Africa. The Romans no, it was the Punic. It was the Carthage people that was the first invaders of that made an outpost. We know it as Carthage. They are invaders. They're Punic people. The first thing they did do, Hannibal is from an African woman and from a Punic father, right? So it starts there. Rome enters.
I want to ask you the same question, Reggie. Do you consider these Hebrew, Middle Eastern, Syrian people, indigenous African people, like Jabari is trying to make them? At least that's, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but
make them that, but they're not. They're Palestinian. They come from a whole group of people. Remember Babylon? Babylon snatches the Judaic people, right? Persians come in and beat Babylon up, and so you have a mixture between Babylonians and Persians from their long stay of by the rivers of Babylon, and then you have Persians, and so you have these Palestinian people in that region not having any real agency, right?
I would love to hear y'all have that conversation, man. That's very interesting to me.
Reggie,
well, hold on. Is
the Babylonians, are the Babylonians a different race than the Persians, or are they the same people?
I think that people have different ethnicities. I don't think race.
Are the Persians children of the Babylonians? A mixed people, but the children of the Babylonians.
I think these are all similar Middle Eastern peoples. They are similar. They're not African. They're similar to the regions in which they are in. They're similar. They have.
Why are you making a distinction between like these Middle Eastern people and the African people?
Sorry.
Because Africa has nothing. Africa at this particular point has nothing to do. I want to say these particular Middle Eastern people, Africa. How can I say? There's no direct connection to Africa. It's what's happening in those regions until Ptolemy Philadelphus exports after the Alexander the Great Persians. Then they're exported. Maybe 100,000 of them are exported into Alexandria for a balance of power. So now they're in Alexandria, and Ptolemy Philadelphus is managing them, and then they're having conflicts on gods. So they ask them, "Who's your god? We want to hear the story." And then that's when the Septuagint is constructed, like Asar was saying. Roughly.
Hey, Asar.
Yes, sir.
So as the Sheikh Anta Diop's either African origins of civilization, myth, or reality, or his other one, civilization of barbarism, he says the word Kemet is the root word of chemistry, which meant a black distilling smoke. So the origin, the name chemistry, which would, be the full statement from Kemet, it's Kemet's root. Would you say the exterior people from the north are trying to, which named it Egypt, are they trying to Egypt us out our chemistry? I'm just clowning. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, they trying to jump us out the chemistry. Let me add
brother on point right there.
Yeah, let me add real quick to what Saber Reggie said. When you keep saying, like when we talk about Babylon, remember where Babylon is at. It would be Iraq today, right? So Babylon, or southern Mesopotamia, if you will, that's Iraq. So in those times, you have like you just seen.
What time period is this? Because that's what I'm having a hard time following y'all through history. So if you say like the dates, I have a better chance of keeping up.
Right. Well, you
So
know
what?
where Iraq is at, right? That's Saddam Hussein territory.
Yeah,
So
but
when
what
you
time
see,
period?
if we're talking ancient Kemet or whichever, that's Mesopotamia. So at no, if I don't think any time Mesopotamia would have been considered Egypt, they might have been vassal kings of Egypt at a time, at
But what
best.
about? I wouldn't
But
say necessarily Egypt, but I'm saying like culturally the same as indigenous Africans.
No,
well, it's Iraq, so no.
those
Even
no
back
back.
in these times,
So
and what time period? What time? Like when we talking about like these Hebrews from Syria and stuff like that, how do we know there's such a wide distinction between indigenous Africans in the Middle East?
because, like I was saying, ISIL breaks up a lot of this stuff in their ancient museum, and when
Oh,
you've seen a lot of those old artifacts that they have, you can see that the people on there looked Arab. They look Persian.
we don't look
Okay.
like we don't look like Arabs, and we don't look like white folks. Arabs look like white folks. They got the feature of white folks. I mean, I'm not even trying to be bogus or nothing like that or sound racist or prejudiced or whatever. But to me, Indians, Arabs, they look like they have the features of white folks, and they only possess the melanin of Africans. To me, that's what that looked like to me. It looked like melanin has been incorporated into Greek or Ethiopian DNA. To me, that's what that looked like to me. Whenever
All
I'm
right,
around,
let me ask you.
brother,
Let me ask you. You
go
know,
ahead.
Iran, the country of Iran, right? When you look the
Yes,
word up, it just means land of the Aryan. Like you got the white boy Aryan nation, so they is kind of
yes,
connected.
I mean, but I
yeah.
don't want to I don't want to get stuck on like what they look like because they can look one way and still have similar traditions and practices and
I
cultural
don't think
entanglement.
so. I don't practices and something is different because we see white folks, we see Justin Bieber
Yeah, practicing black
trying to be
music.
whatchamacall all day. We see Justin Bieber trying to be 21 Savage all day. We
Oh,
see
this
all
ain't got nothing to do with that. Ain't got nothing to do with antiquity.
but my whole thing is this: it's the culture. We see them still favoring the culture. We see them still favoring the culture. We still see the same behavior from then now. That's what I see.
Beautiful.
I might be
Yeah.
off. But I
I
see
don't
the
even
same
think you
behavior
understood.
Well, hold
I
on.
don't even
from
And
think
then
you understood my question.
now.
let me get in real quick. I'm getting
Go
ready
ahead,
to
bro.
close the show down.
Because
Man,
if I'm
don't
wrong,
do
I'm
it.
wrong.
Don't do it.
What?
No, go
Nah,
ahead. Do
we
it.
getting ready because this is probably, I don't know what time it is in New York on the
Yeah.
East Coast.
Yeah.
And
201.
it's where I'm at is 1 o'clock on the
I'm
dot.
in Chicago. It's
1 o'clock on the
damn.
dot.
It's midnight here. It's 201 over there.
It's
Chicago
11 in
1.
LA.
Yeah.
Y'all gotta don't mind me, brothers. I ain't got my glasses on.
Yeah, it's 1 o'clock. I can speak for you and you in Central Time. It's 1 o'clock. So
Man, it's still
Yeah,
early
it's
in
1
LA. It
o'clock,
ain't
bro.
got midnight.
It's early. It's early compared to me. It's early compared to me.
James
But
ready
I
to get
got
us
you,
out of
James.
here.
All right. I got
yeah,
you,
I
brother.
mean, I think we've already said our spiel in the smash. I think he must have crashed out or something.
He loving it though. We building a channel.
Yeah, that's
They don't.
cool.
They
I mean,
this-
unless Reggie, you want to stay up and host, and I'll get a host of Reggie or something.
No, I'm. It's been a long day. I'm happy to contribute. I'm going to do a presentation soon on the paper that I was showing with Martin Luther King, and I hope that y'all
Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you, Reggie. Thank you, Reggie.
yeah, all right, thank you, and see why I think that Richard Carrier was lazy. I just think that maybe he was doing, what do you call it, a Lincoln something type of conversation where he thinks a lot of people are supposed to know stuff and he's not sourcing anything. Jabari won the debate. Richard Carrier,
Is who he is.
no, Richard Carrier, Richard Carrier won the argument, lost the debate. So the most terrible thing that could happen is that if Richard Carrier does write an article or a book, right, on really an article on the debate, then it would be then Jabari would have to write an article and get it published. And so and he would have to defend against all of the mystery cults that I was going to show, and then his argument would not be strong. What I don't like is us getting into a romantic thing about Africa and Africans when the civilization that was created in Africa fell internally, not externally. Internally, they were not prepared for the onslaught of the foreigners. And the reason why is they became too religious rather than using things that worked like the old kingdom. So they began to believe in magical spells and things like that, rather than building forts, building better weapons. So they weren't prepared. They didn't have a standing army. They got beat up by the Libyans. They got beat up by the Assyrians. They got beat by the Persians. They got beat by the Greeks. Why? Why did they? Because
hey, I heard. Hold on, I just got out the bed. I heard somebody. You about to close down the show, James?
Not if you're on.
I mean, you up, Reggie? You can host it. Good.
No, I'm not gonna host it much longer. But you the boss. How you doing, Smash?
I just was listening to y'all in the
Peace
bed.
to Smash. Peace to Smash.
Peace to everybody.
Reggie, when you talk about them being
hold on, family. Dan, don't you hear us talking?
I just want to know from Smash.
My bad.
Smash, I am not on the Jabari hating train. You didn't say I was, but I believe that Jabari won the debate. I did not believe that he won the argument, but he did win the debate.
Oh, no, I definitely, you was not in my mind at all when I put the title. I was just going hard on Garfield, who said he hired some white man to critique my book. I guess that's his new thing.
Oh, he did? He hired somebody to critique?
A white man, particularly.
To critique the Greek. I'm
like,
like,
scholar
dude,
right
you
now
tripping.
who's looking
Go
at your
ahead.
book, Smash. Smash. I'm telling you. No. Everyone be quiet for a second. Wait.
For real. But I'm not mad at him for that. He's just doing Jcat shit. You know what I'm saying?
Man. Real quick, Brother Reggie, one time, whenever you get a chance, if you decide to, I hope you would you please critique and give us a lesson on Sister Drusilla Dungy Houston's work?
In time, in time, Dr. Clark speaks greatly about her. There's another woman that was earlier, Hopkins, and her book is earlier. She was during the time of Hansberry, of Hansberry, and so Hansberry, Du Bois, and Hansberry, Du Bois, and Hopkins are credited in the Brooklyn Museum as being kind of founders of our knowledge of Ethiopia and Egypt.
Okay.
Right. Drusilla is also a very important person. But you know what it is? I do this work. I think we do this work, and only people support helps us to stop with what we should be doing sometimes, which is really getting into business, right? And then, but my interest is that our people get stuff correct, and I almost think I've served my time, and now I have to focus. I'm just waiting for my investments, and my investments will help me continue this work, because the support is I'm known as a Jabari hater in one circle. In one circle, I'm a Jabari hater. I just don't like. I don't like this whole thing. All of Egypt is not Kemet. Kemet comes at a later period and for particular reasons. Old Kingdom is not kingdom. Old Kingdom is not king. It's not Kemet. It develops Kemet, but it's not Kemet. And Egypt borrowed a lot from the Western Desert and from Nubia, right? And so the goddess Neith, the goddess Bat, even when it comes to some of the Assyrian, not the Assyrian concept with the white crown. The white crown, so all of that comes from Nubia. So everything is not
Yeah, Coastal. Yep.
Everything is not Egypt, and Jabari is making everything Egypt. Egypt is a great spokesperson, but Egypt borrowed a lot from other. It's not. They were these a Sudanese African transport.
Yes,
The
sir. Yes, sir.
Smash talks about was a particular region that flourished with Tennis and Abdu, and they were different. They were different groups of different settlements, and they fused together, and they did something great. But it's not what we call all Kemet. And I don't I think we need to fix that.
You're right, Reggie. And I think what it be a lot is we are so much infused in the circle of world we're in now that we're looking at Egypt like Washington, D.C. of the whole continent, I think.
Yeah, but if we looked at
that's what I said earlier. That's what I said. I said that Kemet was the Washington, D.C. of Africa, because when Dr. Ashraf Kwesi tell us that Kemet was the last place to come into existence, not even just Ashraf Kwesi tell us that.
A lot of them.
Sarah Soon said he said the same thing. He said it's the last place
to those people. I'm not listening to those people. I learned from the same teacher. You can't tell me you can't.
I hear what you're saying, brother. But my question to you is, how true is that? I'm asking you that now.
Y'all got me rolling.
Wait a minute, hey, Smash, because you rock
he been off everybody's bumper.
Is it true? Is it true that the white, the red, and the blue crowns of Kemet is where the British got the red, white, and blue? And
oh man, today I was laying in the bed hearing all kind of crazy shit. I was like, y'all hella funny. But it's a good show. It's been a good show. I heard y'all get into it, everything. It's been a good show, and I appreciate everybody. We at the 5-hour point. James, I heard him say can't host no more. Reggie said he was cool on hosting, so I gotta go get back in that bed. So I'm gonna close this thing now, but I appreciate y'all. Thanks for making it
to the family.
Word up. Thanks for making it another good show. Thank you again, and happy holidays. Yo, that was hella funny. Peace. I'm up out of here. Shout out to y'all.